Yeah, one of your screens is in mute,
It's
Jason.
going live.
The one with the symbol. The one with the symbol on it is in mute.
We are all on live, so.
Okay. So everybody there? Hello?
Can everyone hear us?
Yes.
We can, thank you.
Okay. Now, so did everybody hear what was said with regards to Tulsa?
Yes.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes.
In regards, excuse me, Dr. Oliva, in regards to Tulsa, you were saying that I guess the reason that Wall Street crashed was because everybody moved out of the city, if I understand you correctly?
Yeah, we moved into the cities. You know, we left the plantation, we abandoned the plantations, walked out of the plantations, and moved to the cities. And so the whole economic system collapsed because when all your money goes into food, you don't have enough left for you to invest in any industry development. That's how the Wall Street crashed. With the power in this country in so many ways, the country's wealth is based on our stolen natural resources and human resources. So that's some of the dynamics of our power. And the free brain and labor that was provided by us, which is part of how Carver got his individual power. He's the only one that could produce food to feed people. One black man. So the bottom is a lesson. Only very few from the system really understood. Is the black power. So I want you to pull up the Pentagon, please.
You do it while you do it. You can still go over the.
Okay.
Tulsa.
So Tulsa, like I said, they bombed out and it was after some kind of, yeah, that was after the First World War. People returned home, you know, and they had nothing better to do than to bomb black people out. After black people had made all kinds of sacrifices and all that. So black people got sophisticated and did nothing and said, okay, many of the people weren't even aware of what was going on, but it did occur, and there was the crashed. That's the bottom line. That's black power. And what has happened since then, many of the things are not actually reported. You know, a similar black power was exercised by Reverend King in Montgomery, Alabama. Montgomery bus boycott is a similar black power. So we're definitely not powerless. We're the only real power. What? Yeah. Can you see this here on the page there? Can you all see?
You see what's on the screen? A picture. It says
Yeah.
final technical report. Do you see that? Everyone? Everyone see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And on top there you see Air Force Technical Report 920, I believe that's 532. Can you see that?
Mhm.
Okay. That's Air Force stands for Air Force Office of Scientific Research. That's a report for the Air Force. And the ADT is another Defense Department. A stands for Air, F stands for Force, O stands for Office, S stands for Scientific, and R stands for Research, and TR stands for Technical Report. Do you understand? Can you all see that?
Does everyone understand?
Okay.
Yes.
So now, it says final technical report. Optimum error elastic characteristics for composite super maneuverable aircraft. Did you all see that?
Okay, does everyone see the title? Final Technical Report, Optimum Aeroelastic Characteristics for Composite Supermaneuverable Aircraft.
Roger that.
Yes, we see it.
I see. That is the upgrading, the scientific research that upgraded the Pentagon defense systems. You all understand?
It's important everyone's listening at this point.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. Final technical report, optimum. That's the best aeroelastic characteristics for composite super maneuverable. That's a military warplane. Do you all understand?
Yes.
That's how the Pentagon got an edge over Russia and other competitors. That came out of GAGUT. GAGUT came out 1990. For those 2 years, this work was done and they pushed American defense on top of the world, or much higher. As a matter of fact, if you like to call it a coincidence or what, but Soviet Union collapsed around the same time. Do you all remember that, or you're too young to remember that?
I remember that.
I do remember that.
Okay, this was building a nuclear bomb is sophisticated, obviously, but the delivery of the bomb, which is aircraft, military aircraft, is actually a more serious issue. You can always develop a weapon system. However, the delivery of the weapon is a more serious issue. That's where GAGUT came in. And eventually, the Soviet Union collapsed. But the Russians, took that opportunity. It's like they had a technical surrender to America. In the process, they were able to come into America and begin learning GAGUT, to the point where some of the earliest publications, I remember them in 1992, I had the whole, I was surrounded by Russians in 1992 when I was in an international conference in Copper Mountains, Colorado. I remember Russian agents surrounding. I was keeping a low profile. I didn't even stay in the hotel where there was, because I kind of knew that was going to happen. So I waited until the last minute of my presentation to come in. Russia, but Russia was here legally because the Soviet Union had collapsed. So they had maybe, oh my God, there were so many of them looking for me. And I kept a low profile, stayed in the hotel by myself. But when I finally showed up to give my presentation, I was surrounded. There was a professor a math professor, an older person from University of Amsterdam, called Professor Diega. And so he basically got involved in my presentation and he monopolized the questioning throughout my presentation. So the Russians took advantage of that to say, oh, well, they were not allowed to ask questions during my presentation, so they lined up as soon as my presentation ended and surrounded me. Some of them came with interpreters. That's how much I was surrounded. And I kind of knew that, which is why I stayed in a very different hotel. So in effect, as a matter of fact, the publisher that was publishing my book, or my books, you understand, although he was an American, he did have a Russian background. And of course, he's known to our intelligence here, as well as the intelligence of the Soviet Union. Because I think he was from somewhere in Georgia, in Soviet Union. But anyway, what happened was they maneuvered their way and eventually published some of my publications on GAGUT, and so that gave them an insight into it, and it has resulted in because the American system were not understanding. They allowed the Russians in, and they were, going to things that perhaps were thinking it was a permanent setting. So it allowed the Russians to gain a lot of insight into GAGUT. But anyway, what my responsibility was to make sure the Pentagon was established so that America is protected. In that way, GAGUT became the power of the Pentagon. So when Zimmerman and Wilson and the needy hands over in Mississippi, lynching Anderson, and in Birmingham, Alabama, with Brother Gunn, they do not know this. But it also says that the Pentagon has a black power as its fundamental base through this research work. So black people are not powerless people. Like Carver protected the non-blacks as well as the blacks in the South, this protected the non-blacks and non-blacks in this country. So this report was shared through the American government with the German government. We see evidence of this report shown in Germany as well, but through the United States government. So anyway, with that, for my extension, I'm providing a protection or defense for Europe. So you can see so many stats on this report. It goes to tell you how much it was used, and you gotta, yes, okay. And then you're gonna see the final, the biggest stamp of all, which is the DTIC. Oh, please. Okay. You see the DTIC there? Okay, finally they approve it for public distribution and sale. So, I don't know what date that was approved, but anyway. So DTIC stands for Defense Technical Information Center. Selected this report of all the lots of research work that's done for the DOD, the Pentagon. This one's so selected as highlight. That should tell you a lot. DTIC is a system we picked up from Germany. I know that I think probably part of the Operation Paperclip, and so on. So anyway, this is a proof that the black mind is the power of the defense of America. You need to know that. That's really important. So, GAGUT is not some kind of feel-good sermon, go back to the plantation dynamic. This is extremely real. So with the black power being a major contributor in the Pentagon, you can see how that prepared the way for the coming of Obama as the commander-in-chief. A black man being a commander-in-chief of the American military. That is how that what prepared the grounds for Obama. Of course, this happened in 1992. By 1997, the Yale study was commissioned by President Clinton, which, after they see the infinite intelligence of Professor Yibo, they had to suppress what is called the European bias, otherwise called Jim Crow, and then conduct a test of intelligence using eta sub n. And from that, we're able to verify that the black race is the most intelligent race, with eta sub 28 compared to the non-black, they're very distant. They didn't have eta sub 27 or eta sub 25 or eta sub 22. They had eta sub 19, which approximately reflects the 5/3, a ratio of 5 to 3 in terms of a comparison of our intelligence. The ratio is 5 for us and 3 there for them. What happened with Jim Crow before GAGUT was them converting that 5/3 into 3/5, means they slap their 3 on us and pull off our 5 and slap it on themselves. That's how they began a fraud of 3/5 of a human, which provided the basis of the terrorism that was going on. But our power is from God. And it's a creative power. And as I was saying before, our philosophy is one where if we competed with an opponent, we are very interested in making sure that opponent not only is unhurt, but actually flourish, in order for them to see us living our victory. That's when victory means anything. If it's called victory against a person and the person dies, it's no more victory. That's a philosophy, African philosophy. So even when we have to pretend like we're surrendering, in order to make sure there's no death involved, we will pretend. But our name will tell you it is a strategic dynamics. It wasn't real. In terms of our name says we are invincible people. That's what Gala means. Gala means we're invincible. Because we, as they have confirmed, are the most intelligent race of humanity. So that's what you are here today to get this. That's a centerpiece of preserving your life. Your life is too precious, not only for yourself and your family, but for the rest of the world. So you can't be considering allowing your life to be taken away. First, you must eat well, you must have a good diet, a good hydration, a good vitamin, a good minerals, and a good clear mind, big hearts, and and a lot of love. That helps you to also live longer. If you have a lot of love in your mind, it lives. But just because you have love does not mean you're a pushover either. That's why it's important for you to wear the GAGUT shirt. You have to identify who you are. Modesty is a killer. Modesty will kill you any day. But taking on the 3/5 fraud, it led to a lot of destruction of our lives. Don't ever accept 3/5. I mean, the 3/5 of a human. The real figure is more than 5/3. Mine is infinity. So yours is not only more than the rest of the non-blacks, but much, much higher. They give a gap as 9. It's a lot more than that. So you have to live that life so you can glorify God, which is the only reason we're created, so glorify the Almighty God. And that will prove it part of how you appreciate your life and want to live a much longer life. So that is the dynamic. So that is the essence. And we got over the distilled water. Distilled water is extremely critical. Now, after the distilled water, you want your vitamins and the minerals. That comes through the plants. Stay away from the animals as much as you can, of meats, because of the pollution. I used to eat fish, but since the pollution of the Pacific, I have actually withdrawn from fish. So I'm purely plant stuff now.
What do you say about organic meats? People saying that they sell these organic meats, or Professor.
Yeah, if you could verify it is one thing.
Mm.
Yeah, the issue is, can you verify it?
Okay.
If it's verifiable, it will certainly be better than other meats. But even from the atmosphere, the animals can absorb a lot of things that are not very healthy. But organic meat certainly will be better if you can verify it is organic. The problem with us is, go ahead.
Okay. Sometimes I've also heard that it's better to eat chicken than red meat. Is that true as according to GAGUT?
Well, first, okay, if for example, okay, if everything else was equal, the chicken will probably has a little better stuff. But if a chicken is drugged up with a lot of poison, it will not necessarily be better than that. Because the way they grow the chicken is for profit, and the other animals is for profit. So so the bottom line though is you have to take more active part in what you put inside your body. You got to become productive. You got to go into agriculture. You got to produce cars. You got to produce airplanes. Now, this is evidence that show you that we can build airplanes. Can you all see that? I designed the super maneuver airplanes, the best types. I did a piece on the forward swept wing aircraft. That's Superman. That's a kind of category. And the GAGUT, which provided the results, did better than any other scientist in the world. To the point where you could sweep forward the airplanes, the military airplane, to an incredible degree. Something that has never been accomplished before. That happened through GAGUT. So black people can build the best kind of military airplanes or other airplanes. And since Andrew J. Beard is the father of rocket science, when you add that, you know that the black is the power in the military warplanes. So now that it's official, it's a God order that has been recognized by the United States government, because the study from Yale was funded by Clinton, President Clinton, under the genome program that has the black people as the most intelligent race. So you should now prepare to go to Harvard, MIT, Stanford, and try to actualize your current status. This is not just a feel-good sermon so you can go back to the plantation. There's no such a thing anymore.
Mhm.
You don't belong in the plantation. You belong in the presidential White House, Federal Reserve. You know, the labs. You should be in large proportion in Yale. You should go to Yale and Harvard and be professors there. That's what you're supposed to be doing, for not only for our own benefit, but for the benefit of the world, because we're the most intelligent race. We are invincible. Doesn't matter what anybody tells you. We can't be defeated. The only way one can defeat us is if they can defeat God. Because our intelligence, by their own estimate, is only lower than the Creator. Because we can't compete with the Creator. So, but we're far, far ahead of everybody else. We're the most intelligent race. So, as everybody's saying, the Pentagon peace.
Mhm.
You all understand it.
Mhm.
That black power is a principal protector, defense protector for the American government. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Mhm.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
I see it. I see it.
Hello?
Yes. I see.
Is there anybody that cannot see it? Then I'll go over it again. Warplanes are the basis of the military, the modern military. Warplanes is very critical. You have to be able to not only go on missions and so on and so forth, and you can't have a crummy airplane to do that. So when you do the design, you know, you need the best design that will allow you to maneuver a military plane. That's what this is about. Therefore, in that case, in other words, this is equivalent of a Manhattan Project. Have you ever heard of the Manhattan Project?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. This is equivalent of it. Well, that is to build a bomb. But when the bomb was built, you needed an airplane to carry the bomb and drop it. Okay? So, and the airplane can't be some kind of crummy airplane, otherwise to be shot down to not reach its target. So the airplane, the warplane, the design of the warplane is more critical than anything else. That's where this is. And like I said, it wasn't a coincidence that during when this was developing and being used, the Soviet Union collapsed. Although, like I said, they did not collapse just while, you know, they came into America and learned GAGUT. And then took the learning and then declared themselves back on competition again. That's where Putin came from. They learned a lot from GAGUT. And then now they say, hey, America, we're back in competition with you again. So it was a military strategy on the part of Russians. Like I said, they publish a very significant part of GAGUT because Americans allowed them in here. And they, you know, because they thought they're back in a good relationship with Russia. So Russia took a lot of advantage. There are a lot of things that the Russians did with GAGUT by maneuvering, you know, America's system. So, which was unfortunate in terms of, but of course, this, you know, being the base for GAGUT, you know, as long as they are able to learn, unfortunately, that needs to get better. GAGUT protects protection for America. That's what this data shows. Is there anybody that doesn't understand that?
Anyone doesn't understand?
It's understood. Understood.
Are you all sure? Because that is part of your lifesaver. You can't be feeling powerless.
Understood.
You have to have this document to show anyone in terms of your place in this country. Do you understand?
Yes.
Dr. Evil, did NASA really land someone on the moon?
I can't hear you. I can barely hear you.
I said, did NASA actually really land someone on the moon?
It's hard to say.
Dr. Eva, I have another question, something kind of related to that. There are some scientists and historians who carbon dated the pyramids in Egypt, and they said that they were about supposed to be 100,000 years old. With that being said, what are your views on that?
Well, that would not be surprising because the dynamic of dating has improved over the years.
Mm-hmm.
What was being used previously, have been basically outdated by some of recent developments. So I won't be surprised. It's pretty old, which is again an example of the eternity of life.
Mm. So
do
do
you
you
see
think
that?
that the people who constructed it were? I mean, this is just a personal question of me because it makes me think how old we've really been, or how long we've really been in this world.
Yeah.
I mean, since they did that.
Yeah, because 100,000. Okay. So if your handiwork can last 100,000 years, there's no reason why you shouldn't live that long.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
But you have to understand this document. This is evidence of your power, and I gave you a piece of Tulsa. Each time you hear a story about yourself, you hear it from somebody else's point of view. I heard some people were talking about, well, the 1929 crash was just a karma. That's not just a karma, that's a black power. Do you understand? Praise God, is right. And black people, and like I said, Reverend King used a similar technique in Montgomery. The bus boycott was through that process. It's a similar process.
Excuse me, Dr. Olivo. I have a question.
Yes?
With the GAGUT with the military using that strategy to become the superpower, are there any African nations or African militaries utilizing GAGUT?
Yeah.
That is where the challenge lies. And that's where every black person has to be involved. That hero is supposed to be here from Africa and is having a difficulty educating. He's a young man.
Last time I did.
That's right. Go ahead, Dairo.
I said, and last time when we did the conference, I asked the same question that he asked.
That's right. That's absolutely correct. So, brother, you heard Dairo. He's right now in Africa. He's supposed to be sleeping now. It's very late in there, but you can see he's hanging on with us because of the same problem. The how could I say? You want to call it terrorism, or the dynamics by which the foreigners created stabilities in Africa. It is so nasty that a black leader there has
you have to plan to visit Africa, sir.
Yeah, it is. Yes, they wage a war against us there that force people into corruption. Corruption simply means stealing for Jim Crow. That's what corruption really means. They have black people that still, it's like the black people fronting for other people here. That does not allow a real black entrepreneur to function. It's the same in Africa, but that has now been ended. That is why you are attending this briefing, and from the questions that you're asking, now is you're going to go on a path of action. Like I said, one of the action items that you have is everybody returns back home, including Dahiru. You're going to campaign to have every black person drink distilled water. That is a message from the black people.
Mhm.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Gabriel, Mr. Professor Gabriel, I have another question. It's kind of
Okay.
similar to my other Egypt question. Egypt, being as sophisticated as they were, seemed like something that would go with being known to use this GAGUT. Since I think you said this was where you also got GAGUT from. It was from Egypt. Is that correct?
Well, well, from blackness. I got it from
blackness.
God. Through, yeah, from blackness. We owned Egypt, of course.
Mhm.
So whatever we wear is a blessing from God. It's a gift as a result of our blackness.
My question from that.
Yes. Praise
My
God.
question on that. My question
Go
from
ahead.
that was going to be. My question from that was going to be because there are some signs. Now, I'm not saying I believe what these scientists are saying, but there are a lot of scientists going up saying that Egypt has a connection to another civilization called Atlantis. Now, I'm not confirming this. I'm just saying that there's been, like, on History Channel or on Science Channel, a lot of science is trying to connect it to Atlantis, and then it mentions another place called Lemuria, which is supposed to have been in the Pacific. With that being said, what is your own view according to that when it comes to GAGUT?
Yeah. Well, GAGUT is a God order that was given to me directly. God planted infinite intelligence in my brains, in my head, as a God order, ordaining me with ultimate intelligence, in terms of infinity, infallibly, which was God getting tired of black people being disrespected and terrorized. So the infallible declaration of my essence as having ultimate intelligence, infallibly given by a formula. That's a code from God. Have you seen the formula, A times of man? Okay, that is the formula, the exact formula for intelligence. Where the end is the level of intelligence. For me, it is infinity. So, but because the black people share my genes, that is how God has redeclared the black race as the most intelligent race.
And we have the capacity.
Oh, yes. We are unquestionably the most intelligent race. That means we were created to symbolize God on this plane, on the gracious level. So, and Jim Crow has surrendered to that. The stuff from Yale symbolically put a KKK in there. KKK surrendered. And that's Gupta representing Asia, they surrendered. They declared me as closer to God than any other human, any other creature. Did you see that letter? Did you see
with from India.
Yeah, Professor Dasco. That's a professor of mathematics and physics. Oh yeah, from the top 20 universities in India. Especially India has a caste system. So the world has been turned upside down. Black people, in other words. Go ahead.
You mean the untouchables?
The untouchables now are in charge. They are the highest caste now in India. The blacks, the Hapsis, and the so-called untouchables. They're now in charge of India.
Professor, I remember you said one time that America and Europe, we now own it. What do you mean by that?
Well, we own it because we are in charge of both the places. We own Europe clearly. When Germans celebrated GAGUT and declared me the most intelligent, the greatest mathematician, forever, that cannot be surpassed.
Oh, okay.
And put me number 26, the center of the show, celebrating their son, a lustrous son. I have a lot of respect for Gauss. He
So,
has he has been considered before GAGUT as the greatest mathematician since antiquity.
so
That is
when
what,
they gave you the deference, when you had the control.
that's correct. They gave me the baton back.
Okay.
They returned the baton back to
Okay.
Africans, to black people. And Yale confirmed that by saying we are the
Harvard
most,
too, I believe.
yeah, we are the most intelligent race. This is the beginning of your journey to living forever. So
Okay.
now, after leaving this presentation, you're now supposed to love your creator that created you the best. And therefore, you now are ready to return the favor to God in terms of God made you the greatest for a reason. And that reason is that you glorify God. And all you need to do is allow the God's light to shine through you to do the things that you do best, which is express intelligence, to do rocket science, to build cars. On that note, you must, in about 4 years, be prepared to produce 20% of all the things that you use. That's the part of the God order. That means that within 4 years, you should be able to produce 1 out of every 5 cars that are driven by black people. Are you ready to do that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's
Professor,
right.
you know how you say that how John is a PhD student? How do we become students?
Well, you're beginning the process right now, but you have to stay on it. First of all of you must get a copy of the next books. Those I know some of
Oh,
you have to
definitely.
get. You have to get a copy of the 2 newest books, and we will give you discount towards the older one. You have to take charge of the older one. Don, you understand? See, now you have been exposed as the most intelligent, so you can't act dumb anymore.
Oh
Do you
no.
hear me? That's tough, isn't it? You can't
Yeah.
play dumb and say master. First of all, you can't call anybody master anymore.
Because you've been taught.
Do you understand? You've been exposed. Your acting has been exposed.
Mm.
The only way you could call anybody master is if you were acting, because you don't expect someone that has a 19 intelligence.
Mhm.
You calling such a person when you are 28, you call him master. Is that real? Is that real? No, absolutely not. I want to hear from them. Okay. It's like,
No.
since when does a master call his dog master, right?
Right.
Can the owner of a dog call, unless it's a real nickname, is it real for an owner of a dog to call the dog master?
No.
No, absolutely. That's the gap between you and the non-blacks. Is like a gap between the non-blacks and the
The
pets.
earth and the sun.
So that's so therefore you know calling anybody master is not real.
Professor, did Jesus, Muhammad, and Abraham really ever live?
Ah man. If you ask me, I can't swear. There was a Jesus. What I can swear is Etas of N. That's God. Etas of Infinity is God. The one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand.
So from
That,
what I hear from you, they made it all up. They made it all up.
well, of course, because first of all, I'm a dollar. As a matter of fact, I have a grandfather, a great-great-grandfather, whose name was Dollar. It's a connection from Ethiopia and Kemet to Nigeria. There was Gala, and Gala, or Gala, or Gala. So I know, and that the Ethiopia is called the Gala land. So I know that my great-grandfather was from there, and he was buried like a pharaoh. You know that? My great-grandfather Ogala was actually buried, was the Patah, and he was actually mummified like the pharaoh, statue like the pharaoh.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, that's real. That's real. I mean, we were talking about him yesterday. You know, so and then the folks in South Carolina are his relatives, the Gallas and the Gitchis. So there's nobody in South Carolina that was keeping the Gallas slaves. Gallas were never slaves. As a fraud, the meaning of their name is invincible. So they couldn't talk about it. It was an act. That act has now been ended. So that means in 4 years you should plan to produce 1 car out of 5 that will drive. For the design them. You have no excuse now. You see me design the airplane? You see the report in there?
Yes.
Okay, so are you my people? Are you my brothers and sisters?
Of course. Yes.
You have my genes?
Professor Oyibo, you said that the fine arts are the highest of the fine arts is projective geometry. Now
Yes.
the fine arts are film, photography, sculpture, poetry, all of that's fine arts. Now
Right.
projective geometry, it deals with an invariant. So like how can we use the GIJ to create the highest fine arts as well as to be master chessmen, master poker players, and different things like with the GIJ, since it's all geometry?
That's a good question. So you're going to study the GIJ, come on, you're going to study GIJ. Once you construct it, see what happens there. You're going to improve your precision. See, what you do in the fine art, you give how can I say, you give image, you make it as realistic as you can, because it's a skill in itself. You are proportional, but without using the projection. I mean, you don't use the exact projection. You eyeball it. The skills that you are given allows you to to actually represent that projection nicely. And unless a projective geometry dynamics is actually used, the errors that are available in the fine art is hard to determine. You understand? So if you're able to learn GIJ, because GIJ can produce every details in everything. And when I design airplanes, I use GIJs. I use projective geometry. That's GAGUT. And so it means you have to keep on going months and months and months so you can sharpen how you use the etas of n to construct every geometry. And so, but now you begin with getting convinced you were designed. The holiness and the sense of sanctity and eternity of life is what we need to establish. So the next month you can get going on the other. But what I was saying is, you all need the copies of the second book. If you registered, you have access to the journal. But you also need the second book, which is GAGUT, Gij, J equal to 0, Radically Unified Mathematics, and Solve the Riemann Hypothesis. You have to get the compilation and total control of the Riemann Hypothesis. Did you hear me?
Does everyone understand
this? This is extremely critical.
Yes.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I understand. Yep.
Okay. You must take control of the Riemann Hypothesis. So you have to get the both books that are currently on Riemann Hypothesis, all of you. And now, you want to be in control of that so as to be sure the price, when the price rise like the discovery jump from $100 to $1,600, is part of the rebuilding of the Black Wall Street. You understand?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Are those, excuse me, Professor Yibo, are they available at the OFAPIT Institute?
yes, you
they
can
are.
put orders today before you go, as a matter of fact, and it will be
Oh, nice,
shipped.
nice.
That
How
because
many of the books?
the books we'll give you a discount for the briefing, okay?
Okay.
So what do you give them? 200, what is it? 199. You could give them, 199 for the book and 181 for the dog. So make sure.
What about these new ones?
Huh?
What about, you said they're going to be the new GAGUT books. What about those ones?
Oh no, those are coming. Those are going to be sold. We want this distributed first because you have to take charge of the Riemann hypothesis.
And okay, and these are ones that, of course, you're the author of.
Yes, and of course, the dynamics of the discovery book will be that you actually organize yourselves in the each one teach many dynamics in terms of, okay, so one person cannot spare 1,600, and we can give you a little bit of discount in there as well, okay, because we're the only distributor now for the GAGUT books for the time being, okay. So even the one on Amazon.com, you could get it directly from us. You understand? The discovery can be purchased from us. So I want to encourage you is, okay, if you're prepared to do only, say, $140, that means if you're prepared to do, you're prepared to pay maybe $160, $163 each. That's how much you prepared to pay for.
Oh, that's nice. I don't mind that.
Is everyone listening?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What you do is you get 9 other brothers or sisters or combination, and what you do is there will be 10 of you, and you buy a copy of the discovery book, because University of Michigan, Brother Smith.
Brother Smith, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, now University of Michigan at Ann Arbor is trying to digitize the discovery, and they really haven't gotten my permission yet. So if you all don't take charge, they're going to sneak through and try to use some dynamics. That's a government. That's a part of the U.S. government.
Professor,
they're trying to digitize the content of the GAGUT discovery book. So black people have to wake up and actually be active in that process. They've bought a lot of copies already. You can talk about excuses why you shouldn't get copies. So you group yourself into a group of 10 at $163 each. You get the copy. You create a library. You understand?
Does everyone
Professor,
understand?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If I was to refer you and John to someone, say if I met someone that would be interested, what would be the contact that I give them in order to reach you and
What do you mean
John?
refers to?
You're talking about.
No, go ahead, Professor.
No, go ahead. I can.
Because we don't understand.
What I meant as refer as to say if I wanted, like say if I was willing to inform somebody about your work and how to contact you, what would I exactly tell them, like how to reach you?
Oh yeah. Well, you can connect him with Brother Glover.
Would I give them the number or the email?
Oh yeah. You have that telephone number? Give him the telephone number.
It's 631.
The 61 number?
Yeah, 631-242-3069.
And the email is johnglover199@gmail.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one I got.
Yeah,
No
and take active part. Is that brother who's that speaking?
Who asked that
Charles.
question?
It's Charles.
Charles?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, no. You see, in other words, I'm I'm trying to get you all started.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Don't
definitely.
don't you can't feel strange to this anymore. That's why I'm showing you this document.
Okay.
You're going to use GAGUT as not only what belongs to your race, but as your bargaining chips. The
Mm-hmm.
Jewish people use E minus MC squared
Mm-hmm.
to bargain with the US government through what is called the Manhattan Project. And in the process, they got a state of Israel created. In that way, for our own part, you could play a bigger role in terms of making sure the government do business fairly with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. You also would, the Jewish people got the Federal Reserve.
Oh,
Most of the
yeah.
Federal Reserve leaders were Jewish for the longest time. That's part of the deal with the Manhattan Project. So what you see on your screen is part of our own Manhattan Project.
For the Pentagon.
That's right.
Mm.
The Manhattan Project was, the Jewish Manhattan Project was with the Pentagon. What you see here, it has already begun, except it's 25 years old. And just like they got Federal Reserve, we got the presidency for 2 terms. If you all had attended this briefing and you had understood what it told you, you would have had another black candidate, a serious black candidate, although Brother Carlson was doing well for a while then. But because you hadn't really gathered momentum, it didn't materialize. So you got to be ready for the next presidential thing, because you have taken the Germans who have been ruling this country since its inception have now handed the baton. See, when Gauss was the greatest mathematician since antiquity, the Germans were presidents in America. Now God has ordered me. Can you understand that?
Yep.
God has replaced Gauss with me as the greatest mathematician since antiquity, the ultimate mathematician. Nobody can surpass me. So from now on, only black presidents should be here leading, not only here, but Europe as well. Everywhere, there, definitely India. The Hapsis and the untouchables should become the presidents of India. And president of Brazil, president of South America, Chile, everywhere. Canada, the Canadians had a black prime minister or president, whatever it was. At one point, ironically, during GAGUT, I never knew they had any black prime minister or whatever before, but as a result of GAGUT, they did have a black woman to be the governor general or something. I think it was the governor general of Canada. It was a black woman. But it can't be just a flash. It has to be a steady thing, because the one with the intelligence is supposed to be the leader. And since we've been confirmed through GAGUT, God order, to be the most intelligent race, we should now be living our life as the most intelligent race. That's providing leadership. That's what has been called for. And President Buhari and the rest, folks in Ghana, Ethiopia, Uganda, should now be living, and it has to be a cooperative process. Just like you have Dairo in your midst today from Africa. He's hearing this discussion. And you understand, he has to pass the exam. Like somebody was saying, in Kogi State and ABU, the young people were wild. I had so many questions in ABU. The pile of the papers, the questions that I couldn't reach, it was heavy. And over there, in ABU, it was decoded that before Allah, there was Ubangiji. Ubangiji is the God of Africa. That is the original God, Ubangiji. That was decoded from GAGUT for the black people in Nigeria. And during that moment, Boko Haram was ended. Totally. So it was after I left where and the name of the prophet is an African name, Muhammad. Muhammad is an African name, which means a genius or a prophet. So the Arabs stole that and then modified it a little bit and brought it back and tried to teach us the same, our own vocabulary. My title is Muhammad. I'm Makidojo, Muhammad. That's my title that the Africans gave me, meaning a prophet and a genius. That was done in 2004. So we know that vocabulary. So after that was decoded for black people in Nigeria, they realized Islam was our philosophy. Islam and Christianity was our philosophy, which was one. And then when the Arabs and the Northern Europeans encountered it, they actually maneuvered it and actually distorted it and brought it back and make it look like it's kind of like it's kind of like the Boston Tea Party dynamics. Okay, if you all remember your history here, where they would take the raw material here and do very little to and return it back and try to sell it at a sharecropping price that keeps the people here unproductive. That's really how they're controlling us right now in Africa, which needs to be changed. So the order goes here just like it goes in Africa. Meaning in 4 years, you have to be in a position where you produce your own cars. You know, you can't produce all of them in 4 years, but you can produce one car out of the 5 that you use. That is the order, the God order. And because of the dynamics that you saw, the work that was done for the Pentagon, you know we can design cars. A black man is the father of rocketry or rocket science. So we can build airplane engines and car engines. Every stroke kind of car, from 2 strokes to 4 strokes and beyond, was all, as far as I recall, all invented by black people in this country. So Brother Sahan was asking, give me more names. There are tons of them. So it's better to isolate the names. It's easier to isolate the names of inventors that were not black in this country. It's easier to do that than to actually list the black people who invented. Every black person is an inventor, literally. So you're now going to take that into action. If you did it in Tulsa, certainly if you did the pyramid, which is what you did, it's in the formula, it's in the GIJ. The G1J is where the pyramid comes from. So if you did that, you can return to it. That's where we are right now. So you have to back on producing. You can begin with the distilled water as a practical item in terms of making sure no black person drinks the lead water, because lead water is a very nasty way to lower your IQ and to kill you. So that does not protect your life. That's why you are in this briefing today. Life-saving briefing. Yes?
Professor, I know you, and I don't want to switch topics, but I remember you had talked about how to control a hurricane, and you gave the solution. But what I've never heard you give a solution to is fire. You know, I know there's been wildfires in Canada recently, and it seems like they may be going about it in the wrong way. Is it proper to go about it by water, or is there another gagatical way, Afro-Cajun way, where you could stop a wildfire from spreading and destroying so many acres and homes?
Oh yeah. Well, uh, yeah, that's a GIJ for that. See, that is a joke among scientists. That goes from engineer, an engineer, Dairo is an engineer. Uh, they're all mathematicians. There's only one real subject. I have done engineering dynamics. I was born a mathematician. I mean a pure mathematician. I'm a geometer because that's what most black people are. Geometry. Geometry. That means eta sub n is geometry. So, but I never really wanted to be classified as an abstract kind of person that has no value to the society. So even at ABU, I came in the math department, but I spent a lot of my time in engineering, you know, doing rocket science and all that. And then when I came over here, yes, I was in aeronautics. I did a lot of work in aeronautics. But once you're a mathematician, there's no field you cannot apply mathematics. I've edited a book on applied mathematics. The grand unified theorem is the purest of pure mathematics. And the Riemann hypothesis is similar. And I need to show you the Riemann hypothesis so you can see the beauty of mathematics. So now, within that context, when you talk about the Wi-Fi, it's about GIJ. And like the Pentagon piece says, technically, you want to stop the fire of oxygen because burning is oxidation process. So what you really like to do is to stop the oxygen from flowing. So if you could, there are ways you could suck off the oxygen and put out the fire. There are ways that could be done. But GAGUT can optimize that process very easily. So the joke about mathematics, the difference between a mathematician and a physicist, in the schools and the universities was like when a mathematician came to see a problem and he looked at the existence of the solution and he was convinced the solution has existence, verified. So, actually it was a fire. There was a fire in the house. And the mathematician came and looked at it mathematically and was convinced, yes, you can put out the fire. So there's no problem with the existence of the solution to the problem. So he walked away and went back to his bed and said, that's no problem. There's no problem there because the existence of the problem is very obvious. Okay, so he moved. Meanwhile, the fire was burning. So the physicist came and he looked at it and said, gee, there's an equation, something similar to Schrodinger's equation or something that can put out the fire. So he also went back and get back to bed while the fire was still burning. The practicality of the engineer was he came and he just got sand and water and dumped it on the fire and the fire was stopped. That is supposed to a joke about the relative practicality of between the engineer, physicist, and the mathematician. Well, I'm all of those and more. So I combine abstract geometry understanding to the level of applied mathematics and physics to engineering. So my dynamics, spread across the board. So therefore, in terms of putting out the fire, there are a lot of ways that could be done. Knowing, of course, understanding of actually burning is an oxidation. Without oxygen, there cannot be fire. So there can be, if you see the wind blowing, if you block the wind, you minimize the air going to the fire. So, and there could be a very dynamic way of actually diverting the wind. Actually, the wind spreads it because the wind carries with it a lot of oxygen, and that fuels the burning because it's an oxidation process.
Wow,
So,
thank you for that. I didn't even know that.
yeah, so you have to know the fundamental geometry of what's going on for you to come up with the optimum solution to the problem. So that's fundamental. And if I have more time, I can give you the specifics.
Thank
But
you.
so it's not just pouring water and sand. It's having a technique to actually uh, diminish the ingredients of the process. In this case, the air is very critical, the oxygen concentration. So now,
Thank
can you
you.
go up? Yeah, you're welcome. Now, so let me show you now that you have gotten the fundamentals, please ask me a question with regards to, no, I want you to go to the page where it has, uh, where the statement of the principles. Yeah, remember that page? And I like this.
Professor,
Yes,
I remember during the first briefing you talked about
that's
stroke. You talked about stroke, heart attack, and
yes,
high blood pressure.
that's correct.
Um, and you gave the solutions to those. Are there
Yeah.
any other solutions that you can give for like the cold, the flu, or is it the same solution for those can work for those as well?
Well, that is correct. Today I wanted to concentrate on the love for life. You have to be motivated. See, it's like when you love your child, you prepare to do a lot of things. Your life has to be treated like your child. There are women who get into a very bad health problem. It becomes they get into a resolution, a very powerful resolution that says they refuse to succumb to the disease because they have to take care of their children. That's a very beautiful spirit. It's a similar spirit that I'd like you to develop right now. Your life is so precious that you must value and appreciate it. Now, I plan to keep it forever. Yeah, that's what. So now, and so yeah, the strokes. The stroke is a dynamic where the blood pressure in your arteries gets too high and literally busts the arteries in your brain, usually. And if it happens in your heart, it becomes a heart attack. And those are very fatal, very deadly. And the dynamics by which the arteries blood pressure gets very high to come from the blood pressure. The blood pressure comes from Jim Crow. Go ahead. Was somebody going to say something? Okay. Um, when you have a lot of pressure on you, or when you're not sleeping, when you are worried about how to feed your family, when you're worried about the police, when you're worried about KKK, when you're worried about everything, it keeps your blood pressure very high. It keeps you on a lot of anxiety and raises your blood pressure. Eventually, it's going to have an impact on your blood pressure. And if the blood pressure requirements get so high, first of all, it puts a lot of stress on the heart that pumps it. And secondly, a stress on the arteries. Like the arteries are like the pipes. So if the blood pressure through the pipes or the arteries is extremely high, it stresses the arteries and it can actually bust it open. And once it bursts, it's very, very dangerous, very, very dangerous, very deadly. You know, it happened in your time, it happened everywhere. That's how my brother was actually assassinated. My twin brother that came 10 years later, or 8 years later. But so the point is, so that's a stroke. This briefing, you're getting a solution to the stroke, which is you got to drink a lot of distilled water. Because when you drink water, a lot of water, it minimizes the temperature, the density of the content of your blood. You understand? So, because if it's less dense, it's easier to pump for the heart, for the pump. And the pressure that is in the arteries are lessened, they reduced. If they reduce, they don't pose a threat to with the arteries. So it minimizes their chances of being busted because of the pressure, high pressure. So therefore, distilled water, consuming distilled water lowers your blood pressure. That's why you must consume. So distilled water not only cleanses your system, but it also lowers your blood pressure. That is, it is the solution for stroke and the heart attack. So that is it with the stroke and the heart attack and the blood pressure itself. The distilled water solves that problem. One of the problems, and another thing is, in addition, you also need fresh air. The oxygen is very critical. For your blood to work well, it must have oxygen, because the oxygen actually oxidizes the iron in your blood and defines the blood as a real blood. Just water is not the only part of the blood. You need nutrients, and the iron, the minerals, and the minerals and the vitamins. Those are supposed to come from plants. Stay with the plants as much as you can. You can get the verified organic, but fish will be better than the chicken and the beef and the meats. The one thing you must avoid, which are in animals a lot, is cholesterol. Cholesterol actually goes into your arteries and clog them up. That in itself is a major problem. That's one reason why you must stay away from meats in general. Even a healthy meat would have cholesterol. And cholesterol clogs up the arteries and blocks the flow of blood. And that's very risky, very deadly. So, but plants don't have cholesterol. They have fats, but depending on which type of fat plants you have, their fats could be not as bad, but they certainly don't have cholesterol. Cholesterol is more, how can I say?
Used by animals.
Yes, the cholesterols are more cloggy. They clog the arteries more than the regular fat. Okay, so so that is a summary of that. But the almost serious immediate problem is to love yourself, or to love your Creator, and appreciate God for a change, for creating you the greatest genius, or the chosen race. Usually when you hear this kind of presentation, it sounds like a feel-good, but this is GAGUT. This is a God order. It's not just a feel-good anymore. It's mathematical. When you design to be the best of God's creatures, That's not just a feel good. It is a God order that created you the best. So you can't go around and contradict God. That becomes a major problem. That's why God sent me to deliver the God order, the God news for you. Is everybody following that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you see this now? What's on the screen?
Uh,
Does everybody see it?
I see it.
Okay. Is there anybody that's not seeing it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. God Almighty's grand unified theorem, GAGUT, Gij, comma j equal to 0, has revealed proven solution to the Riemann hypothesis, a clear mathematics problem. I'm hoping that by the time of the thing today, everybody put in their orders for the second book. And like I said, you're getting it at the discounted rate for the attending, which is the 163. Yes. Because you need it. You have to stock up on it. Otherwise, somebody else is going to buy them up. That's what we've been struggling with for the longest time. And Cy Hearn has heard some of the reports, and some of the reports from John Glover. But our facilities was bombed by even, it could be a combination of the forces here in America and foreign forces were firebombed using a laser because some group of people actually wanted to buy up the journals. This is not a joke. The GAGUT journal, they wanted to buy it up and steal the content in order to choose a black face, and sure, certainly they had a black face up that claimed to have solved the Riemann hypothesis that has been solved 25 years ago. With Jim Crow, in terms of so-called claimant that has no reason for existence, says there's no more problem to be solved, as I proved to you earlier. Once you have in other words, you want to find a new theorem, there's no such thing as a new theorem. And if there's no new theorem, there's no new equation. Can you all understand that?
Uh-huh.
Every equation is associated with a theorem. Every theorem is represented by Gij. As long as a theorem is a reality. So every one of them, including the Riemann hypothesis theorem, which is the G2j, satisfy the Gij, comma j equal to 0. So G2j, comma j is equal to 0. That is the equation that has been solved since 1990. You have to understand this to take this off very squarely. Because God gave this to you. He didn't say you have to go through a Jim Crow before you can have access to it. That point has to be understood. And because God gave us this, the title is very appropriate. God Almighty is grand unified. God is first and God is all. God Almighty is grand unified theorem. GAGUT, Gij, comma j equal to 0, has revealed proven solution to the Riemann hypothesis, a clear mathematics millennium problem. This is what God revealed. And somebody was the actual Gij itself was presented in 1990, out of which the supermaneuver was designed and so on and so forth. So the G2j was already solved in 1990. There was a big review in 1995, and around that time, once nobody could touch it, the order from Clinton, commissioning from Clinton to Yale, began in terms of Oye, but that is part of how they proved Oye's IQ to be infinity. So they went and checked the rest of the world and definitely confirmed the black race to be the most intelligent as a result of finding all theorems, discovering, God giving me all theorems. including the G2j theorem for the Riemann hypothesis. You have to understand this to take this very squarely up as your life. Otherwise, you'll be contradicting and disrespecting the Almighty God. And I know none of you likes to disrespect Almighty God. Brother Brian? Is Brother Brian there?
Brother Brian.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Are you listening to the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Feel free to ask questions because John Glover had told me that you had a few questions and so on. And in terms of Oakland area, like Michigan and a few of the spots are extremely strategic on the continent and all that because of the contributions from the brothers and sisters over the last several decades. And those brothers who sacrificed their lives and the folks from Washington State, where Professor Jimi Hendrix came from, and the Chicago area, the Midwest, where people like Professor Hampton, General Hampton, came from, and so on. This is something that you've been waiting for. And although there were dynamics that called for, certain techniques, this one came direct from God. That God ordained me to be the general in this war. It was a war to determine who is the most intelligent. Because if you're the most intelligent, you are the most powerful and the richest. The proof of that is God is the most powerful. God is power. That's all. God is all the power. So there's no question that God is the most powerful. But the reason God is the most powerful is because God is the most intelligent. Not only the most intelligent. Bless you. So the dynamics of Oakland stays forever. And so this word has to be taken to every people, every person in Oakland. And
yes,
like
sir.
I said, and that goes for Hollywood, California, LA, the Watts, and certainly Jackson, Mississippi, and elsewhere in Mississippi where they're still dumb enough to still continue lynching black people. The lynching is not an intimidation anymore, it's a suicidal attempt on the people. So that is a very delicate situation. They're trying to find out what we're going to do with our power of GAGUT. And so a lot of them have been very scared. Are we going to annihilate people? They need to know that's not our style. It's enough for people to know that we could do that. But like was shown in Carver had everybody, the people that lynch us at a corner. And like I said, one single black person could have ended all of them. But he allowed them to live so they can understand that the black people are the greatest. Power has to be shown through, creative dynamics, not destructive dynamics. Destruction is not power at all, it's absence of power. Because it's more difficult to create than to destroy. Does everybody realize that?
Yes.
Does everybody understand that as a theorem that it's easy to destroy, than to create?
Love it.
You know that, for example, a human being, to incubate a human being in a womb takes 9 months before the child comes. So if you take a child, like the blowing of black children right now in Africa, Nigeria and all, they're tying them to the bombs, strapping them to the bombs and detonating them. That is one of the reasons for this briefing.
Mhm.
That must end immediately. It has to end. That does not serve God, because as a matter of fact, God actually cries, God whips to see a life destroyed. This is the message I was ordered to give you today. You have to take this extremely seriously. One, your life is not just important, it's the most precious. That's what I've proven today. Is anybody that's not convinced about that proof in the audience? Did
I'm
I prove to
convinced.
everyone that the black life is the most precious or not?
Yes, sir.
I'll do that.
Okay. How about is Brother Smith there? Is Brother Smith there, or did he go to cut some food?
No, I'm here. It just takes a minute for it to unmute.
Okay. Have I proven to you that your life as a black person is the most precious life,
Yes.
or
Yes.
not? Okay. Is there any doubts with regards to that proof?
No, there are no doubts.
Sir.
Uh, How about Brother Brian?
Not at all, sir.
I see. How about Brother Charles?
I believe in it.
That's right. Brother Jimmy?
I
Brother
already believe that.
Jason, brother Jason.
Jason?
I already believe that.
And what about you, Mr. Fuller?
Oh, roger that. No doubt.
Praise God.
And Hiro.
Tahiru?
Hiro, are you there?
It's kind of late over there. Oh, Tahiru, are you there? It seems to be there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It's extremely critical that we have an agreement on that. And that you're going to go back and then, if you need Brother Glover to help you make the proof to them, we'll be delighted to work with you. Every black person has to be convinced their lives are the most precious. And therefore, we'll be called to duty. We'll be called to action. We'll be called to provide a symbolic representation of the Creator. For example, in Oakland, there was a young, kind of like a dino sister. She's so sweet, like Sandra Bland. Her name was, they call it Jahai. We call it Jahi. Jahai McMath. McMath. We call it Jahai. Jahi. Jahai McMath. And she was taken to a hospital in Oakland where the hospital was careless enough to mess up it was supposed to have his tonsils removed, and they messed it up that they forced her into a coma. If that was not bad enough, they couldn't wait to take him off the, take her off the uh, respirator machine so she can die. And the mother fought it. That's a very powerful sister. And compelled them to keep her on the respirator. And eventually she got transferred from there to another facility. That was an attempt on the life of Diana, my sister. That we take very personally. It's a very serious issue. Brother Brian needs to know that story. Jahai, J-A-H-I, Jahai McMath. I think it's M-C-M-A-T-H. McMath, Jahai. This sister is so dynamite and conscious, like Sandra Bland. The mere fact that she was wearing her hair in African style. And recently, some of you may have heard some nonsense that's coming out of brothers and sisters, especially sisters who come into their high school graduation with an African attire.
Yeah, in prom too.
Okay. Oh, you all heard that, right?
Yeah, and they kicked them out.
Okay, you gotta wear your. You're gonna get your supplies of African. GAGUT shirt.
Oh yeah.
And you're going to wear that and shut down that nonsense. That's not going to happen anymore.
Hey, Professor, quick question.
Yes?
How is there a way to speak with you after the briefing?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Is it possible we can do that?
Okay. Who's
this? This is Charles. This is Charles.
Yeah, definitely. You could, after the briefing, I'm going to ask John to give you a line to call or number to call.
No problem.
And anybody else that needs to, because this point is extremely critical. And not to hear. Okay, yeah, okay. John says you could call the
631-242-3069.
Yes.
Okay.
So I like Brother Brian to investigate the dynamics of Sister Jahai McMath. Did you write his name down? Her name down?
Yes, sir. And I would like to follow up and talk to you and Mr. Glover about organizing and as well.
Okay.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear that.
They're scrambling your communication. That is expected. So
is this better now?
Yeah, it's getting a little better.
Okay, yeah, I was saying that I'd like to follow up with Dr. Yibo and Mr. Glover to talk about best ways to strategize and get people together in Oakland.
That would be good, but the sister, that's Brother Brian. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. You see, you've been given. I'm spending time with you, as you can see, because it's a God order. You are mostly black men. I haven't seen a sister today, unfortunately, but there's nothing wrong in the brothers getting things started. I've been ordered to prepare you for immediate leadership role, not only in this country but in the world. That's why I'm showing this thing. In other words, the problem I'm just about to go over with you is supposed to be the most difficult problem before 1990. I'm going to go over the solution with you right now so you can see what it means to say God ordained for evil with ultimate intelligence, infallibly with etas of infinity, which is God. God gave me the understanding of God, so therefore that is you can't be more intelligent than that. You can't know more than God. So therefore, it will be a contradiction for you to be in a situation where you drinking Flint water and dropping dead. It's a contradiction for Jahi McMath to be killed, assassinated before our eyes. It's a contradiction for Sandra Bland. Those are our mothers, our sisters, our wives. Okay? When a black man, a gala black man, this something like that happened to their mothers, and they are unable to do something about it. Usually they will never be able to. They'll be prepared to die in the course of doing something about it. And what you need to do here is very simple. You have to wear your GAGUT shirt to begin with. When you begin to wear your GAGUT shirt, they will know they will have to respect your mother. And there's a spirit that God has asked me to tap into that exists even in the youngest brother, which is, there's one thing you could say to a young brother, even a 2-year-old, that will guarantee a fight from him. And it's only 2 words. I know some of you know that already. Your mama. You all know that, right? Does everybody know that?
Wait, say it again.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If you get a young brother, very young brother, 2 years old, and you tell him your mama,
Oh,
you know
okay.
that.
Talk about his mom. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right? We've all gone through that process, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to guarantee a fight from a young brother, just use those 2 words, your mama. Well, that's what was done to Sandra Bland. And Jahi McMath is still doing, it's been strong. What is a strong sister? So right now, our mothers must be respected. As a matter of fact, just before GAGUT came up, I experienced a horror by watching a TV. I've told that story many times, where they were kicking a black woman in Boston. That's one of the reasons why you have to go to Boston. But let me go over this and then show you a couple of things, and then we move on to this. But Jahi McMath is an important figure from Oakland, California, that is kind of, you can see she was a product of that development in Oakland. Was a product. She was very conscious, and she's paying the price for being conscious. So GAGUT medicine is the answer. Jahi McMath is an example of what in this system can be called a hospital for the non-blacks, and defines a hospice. The hospice for black people. That has to be understood. So that's why you're getting a lesson on GAGUT medicine. And brothers, I heard verified that GAGUT medicine works. So we're going to get him to get advanced knowledge. He has been 5 years without taking any non-black medication. And the rest of you can be like him. Brother Glover has done 10 years. And by the power of the Almighty God, mine has been 17 years. 17 years. You all understand that? 17 years without the Jim Crow. Okay. Now that's the path I'm putting you on. In that way, you will tell the Jim Crow hospice system, you do not need a hospice. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you all understand that?
Yes.
You need a real hospital. First of all, you don't even, if you're healthy, like Brother Hearn, what do you need? See, first of all, the credentials for operating a hospice, a hospital, there are two major credentials to qualify in a GAGUT sense. To qualify to provide a hospital for any set of human beings. There are two of them. One is that you must have the brains. That means you must be intelligent. Second is that you have a heart, that you have a big heart. You care. You have a love. Non-blacks have much less of those two credentials than black people. Can you all see that? We just proved today that the gap between our intelligence, that's the brains. So we're the ones with the bigger brains, therefore we should be providing, we have the credential to operate hospitals, the real hospitals. Better than Jim Crow. And certainly we love humanity. We have a big heart. So we're the ones that should be operating the hospitals. What was done to Jahi McMath is a clear sign these people have no credentials. They can't wait to just disconnect this so she can die off and be buried. Why would any other creature, any human being be so interested in seeing somebody die? And with that kind of eagerness to see the plug being pulled, that can only be connected to their the quality of the hospital, the medical care they provide to begin with. Because if you're a real person that cares, you will not be so eager to pull the plug so a person can die. That says they're not qualified. And we're not going to subject our precious lives into that kind of system. That's why God gave us this year. So that we can do that is proven, or that God has ordered that is proven by proving in following that even from Yale that we are the most intelligent people. You just need to regain your confidence. That's why I'm spending the time to talk to and answer your questions. Your confidence has been returned by these formulas. In addition, we're going to go through a very difficult problem. Most of you probably will not have any idea about the actual mathematics of Riemann hypothesis. And like I said, you have more than one reason why you should be interested in it. One of them is that if it's a difficult problem, that calls for your participation because you are the most intelligent. People with the highest intelligence are called on to solve the toughest problems. Therefore, that's your realm. That's your, where you belong. Secondly, your history is buried in it. When I was making a presentation on December, Jim Crow began a serious scramble when I came into the history part of the Riemann hypothesis. And we're hoping that it will not be continued today, but we will see in a little bit. So I'd like to take you through the Riemann hypothesis so you can see that a difficult problem like making sure we live forever the solution exists in GAGUT because the solution of Riemann hypothesis right here. You have to become so familiar with this so that the fraud that is being brewed and designed and actualized by Clay Mathematics Institute. They put up a black person try to claim he has a solution. That's after everybody needs to be alert and hear this. It's very critical. They firebombed our facilities in order to have access. to the journals and the books. This is why you need to put. Don't forget putting your orders for the Riemann mathematics book and the journal. If you registered, you have access to the journal already. You just need the book because the book has the live formula associated with it. So that is very important. And the form of proof of GAGUT is also in the book. Okay? So you need a copy of the book, and you've been given a special discount rate of $199. So you'll need to put your orders in before you go to them, and make sure you reach the other brothers and sisters to get there. Every black person needs a copy now, either a copy directly or access to one. Brother Fuller has his group organized, and of course, he's anxious to meet folks from California, Oakland, LA, to strategize the dynamics on the West Coast, and you're going to collaborate with folks in the Midwest and the South, and of course the East Coast. So the spirit of cooperation is fully embedded in GAGUT. We are unified with the grand unified theorem, God Almighty's grand unified theorem. That's what unifies us. Can you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now, this is a zeta function in equation 10-1. That's called a function, zeta. The funny looking thing there, symbol there is a zeta, it's called zeta of S. Is equal to 1 plus a summation from 2 to infinity of 1 over r to power s. S is given by the expression there, x plus iy. I is a symbol of an imaginary axis. In mathematics, you need variables, dependent and independent variables. The s is considered the independent variable, and the zeta is called the dependent variables. And s has a dimension which is a version of eta sub 0. Okay, as you can see there, the zeta of s there is actually a subset of zeta of s is a subset of zeta sub. Zeta of s is a subset of zeta of eta sub 0. That means it's a gargotical function, a subset of a gargotical function. Being the Gargot function, since eta sub 0 is given by G00x plus G01y, where G01 can take any values. In this case, G00 is 1. That's a specialization to the S. And G01 is I. So you will see how that zeta of S is a subset of a general gargotical function of zeta, a function of eta sub 0. So in the gargotical general sense, there's a broader function that is zeta of eta sub 0. So anyway, that is what is called a zeta function. The problem is to find the zeros of that zeta function. First of, okay, and then of S. And it became a very tough problem. It's in many ways kind of like solving a quadratic equation, except this is extremely more complicated than a quadratic equation. The quadratic equation, you have a general formula, that you plug in the parameters and you get a solution from it. There was no such a formula established for this. This is an infinite series, a summation of 1 over r to power s. So mathematicians from David Hilbert and actually in the last days of Professor Gauss, he was looking at it. Not with a whole lot of concentration because he wasn't feeling well then. And even Riemann was not feeling, Riemann didn't live as long, he was only 40 years old. So while Gauss was 77 or something like that, 78 or so, late 70s years old, almost double the age of Riemann. So, can you go up a little bit? So therefore, what happened was, because of the difficulty of the problem, a lot of brainstorming has been done, all kinds of definitions have been crafted up, including Riemann himself trying to restrict the definition of the zeta function, you know, like what was done in 10-2, to the point where they will restrict the interval of x, the real part, what is called the real part. The I is a symbol of imaginary part. The IY is the imaginary. And the x is the real part. So they were trying to restrict the value of the real part so as to, you know, see if that is going to help in terms of finding the zeros. In other words, where the zeta of x is equal to 0. So one of the problems that you see there in that equation is that on the right-hand side, there are 3 independent variables. S has 2, which is x and y. And R is also a variable. R is the number of terms. So the equation that's not really generally correct, because the left-hand side of the equation has 2 variables, which is x and y, whereas the right-hand side has 3 variables. That is, forces an assumption. That assumption is that as excuse me, as R approaches infinity, zeta is no longer a function of R. That's an assumption, which is another way of saying that it has to be a region of convergence for that function. But that only adds to the complexity of the thing. So Riemann had to, yes, thank you. When Riemann constrained that definition of the interval of x to be greater than 1, knowingly or unknowingly, it satisfied the condition to make a sense out of that equation in 10-2, which means that the right-hand side in that case would only be a function of s, not a function of r anymore, which is another way of saying the series will converge. This is a high kind of mathematics language, but the part I want you to understand is much simpler than this. Eventually, you're going to take enough courses, like you were saying, you like to be a PhD student here, you have to start learning this process. Consider one of the main purposes of this exercise today has proven to you that GAGUT can help you live forever. Because if you consider that as a challenge and a problem to be solved, if GAGUT could solve this problem before your eyes, the one that is more elegant than this, of course, is the GAGUT ij, comma j equal to 0. GAGUT solved that. And Professor Luches described it as being elegantly or mathematically elegant. Bless you. So, if a well-respected mathematician described the GAGUT as mathematically elegant, it is very elegant. It's so simple and so complete. Everybody is flabbergasted. Every real mathematician is flabbergasted. Some refuse to deal with it. Like Clay. Clay is refusing to deal with it. That is why we must take this up. Clay thinks that by ignoring it, you're going to come to them for opinion. You don't need Clay for opinion. You need to listen to the presentation and form your own opinion. That's what I'm doing with you right now. Jim Crow didn't think that you still believe you are not intelligent, that you are 3/5 of human beings. He doesn't know, as I've gone over with you today, that you have now realized you are 5/3. If you are 5/3, meaning compared to Jim Crow or Clay, then Clay cannot be deciding for you if the problem has been solved or not. Can you all hear that?
Mm-hmm.
If you are more intelligent than Clay, why would you be waiting on Clay to tell you when the problem is solved or not? Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're going through this now. And like I told you earlier, my father was blessed with the ability to be able to teach in a language that somebody doesn't speak and still get him to understand what he's doing in that language. He was speaking the Gala language. And the person who only speaks English can understand him. Sometimes the humor gets people laughing, even when they're not supposed to understand what he's saying. Kind of like is it a sign language they call it, the communication with somebody who cannot speak?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Or hear. Sign language, okay. So I'm hoping that will come to play today here. Because you don't have to understand what the summation is a series. It's like adding 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. That's a series. Except in this case, it has some variables associated with it. That's all. There's no big deal to it. So you want the zeros of that. And so these dynamics have to be gone through in order to try to see. It turns out that constraint that defines a Riemann zeta function, that's what RZF stands for. When you have the interval and the real part being greater than 1, that is the interval where the zeta function actually converges. And in that case, the equation 10-2 and 10-1 makes sense. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Where it doesn't converge, it does not make any sense, because you can't have 3 variables on the right side of the equal sign and a 2 variable on the left hand side. And although when both sides are 0, it still doesn't change that fact, because the original equation is not valid unless the x is greater, the real part is greater than 1. But you don't see that immediately. You have to go through a mathematical analysis to come to that conclusion. But it does not indicate that Riemann actually did such a mathematical analysis per se, although it coincides with when the zeta function converges. So that is the center of the problem. Let's go now to the part where the Riemann, go to the next page. I don't know what next page is. Where, yeah, that's it. That's it. No. That. Let's say 1/2. Go to the next one. No, no, go past it. Yes, this one here. Let me see this one. So the Riemann hypothesis is a guess, or considered to be a guess. I don't think most people knew how he struggled with this thing and what, I don't know. Yeah, that's it. His guess is given in equation 10-3. He says the zeros will happen when S is equal to 1/2. The real part is 1/2, over there. And the imaginary part, there are infinite number of them. That is what Riemann hypothesis constitutes. But because you've been kept away from math for the longest time, you're supposed to feel inadequate. That's why I'm presenting with you. You're going to catch some of it. First of all, Professor Lucius did say that he gave you an assessment of my performance in complex variable. This subject is a complex variable, part of mathematics. The I is the symbol of imaginary. And when you have a real combined with imaginary, you have a complex variable. That's what S is. So that subject that I was rated very high in by Professor Lucians, that is the realm of Riemann hypothesis. That sounds consistent with my being part of the dynamics that can tackle this problem. But I think that's an understatement. So this is that's the Riemann hypothesis right there. That the zeros would be when X, the real part, is 1/2 and the Y is infinite. And so it was a guesswork and a suggestion or conjecture called the Riemann hypothesis. And the problem is, can you prove that to be a theorem? Meaning, can you prove it to be correct? Can you prove it as a correct solution, or can you disprove it? And although there are many folks that have actually made some sensible conclusions and so on and so forth, they share large numbers of people participating, and the dynamics of stealing and the fraud, potential fraud that are associated, kind of left things unclear. And so people are kind of waiting to steal solutions. That's what was attempted when they bombed our facilities. And the goal was to actually steal the details of this and hand it over to either a non-black, but if they know if they give it a non-black, it will not be, they will not have a good chance of actually, succeeding, because then they could, they say black people will come and say, well, that is so-called racism. First of all, I don't use that word racism, and you should never use it yourself. It's either you are intelligent or you're not intelligent. Anything that is non-gagotical or non-godly is dumb. So don't use irrelevant words to describe things that are particularly nasty. What you call racism is, the real vocabulary is dumbness. It's dumb. When you try to look down on black people, that's not racism, that's idiots. That's like what Zimmerman is doing. He's a dumb guy, very stupid, an idiot. That's not racism. What the hell does racism mean? It's either you're bright or you're intelligent or you're dumb. Zimmerman is dumb. Too dumb and has absolutely no value for his own life. Doesn't love himself. So that's dumb. Very loud and clear. So don't go and bring in irrelevant thing into reality. So anyway, therefore, the problem is to either disprove this or prove it. That is the question. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
That if you put this S 1/2 plus IY into the Riemann, the right hand side of the equation 10-2, it will be 0. Now, one thing that you would see from equation, I want you to go back. So now that's the hypothesis. Go back to 10.2 just one quick second. So, you know, yeah, I hope it doesn't. Okay, that's it there. Good, good, good. Okay. 10-2, what you really try to prove is that you put S equal to 1/2 plus IY into the right hand side. That zeta of S will be 0. It will be 0. Now, for the moment, let's consider that X is actually greater than 1. If it's greater than 1, then that equation is correct. And the zeros is automatically Gij because zeros means an invariant. When zeta of S is 0, then the right-hand side becomes an invariant. That becomes a Gij. That is what we call G2j. Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yes. By making in equation 10-2, if you make the zeta of S 0, then it's like 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0. That's a Gij that I said is the Gij for 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. So the same way, if you make the zeta of S equal to 0 here, you have the left-hand side equal to 0. Okay? So one side is 0. That means this now becomes a Gij, which is what we call the G2j. Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
That automatically says that that's how you prove that this problem has been solved since 1990 through GAGUT. I want everybody to ask me a question unless you can see that. Gij, comma j equal to 0 is where 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 comes from, because you can transform 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 into 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0. Can you all see that? So the Gij for the 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 becomes 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to Gij equal to 0. That's the invariant. That means that comes from God. It's a God order. So they want us to find the God order for this case here. So GAGUT has shown that the God order will satisfy Gij, or in this case G2j, comma j equal to 0. That already is in the Gij, comma j equal to 0. That's a proof that problem was, the Riemann hypothesis problem was solved since 1990. If you can, if all of you, Cy Hearn, are you there? Hello?
Mr. Hearn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you all there? And Brian and Thomas, Pula, are you there?
Roger that.
Mr. Pula, are you there?
I am present.
Okay. You just go with the flow.
I'm rolling with it. Yeah.
Everything is beautiful.
Well, praise God. That's you. Now I'm trying to get you back to being yourself. You're gonna have a ball. You're gonna take on the world. You must replace the play. You don't allow play to have a say in this. Are you ready to do that, brothers?
Yep.
Okay, that is your first proof of whether you appreciate what God has done for you or not. In other words, you just saw that because the right-hand side is equal to 0, that's equivalent to 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0, which definitely comes out of Gij, comma j equal to 0. Therefore, this problem has been solved since 1990. Clay is a fraud by pretending it hasn't been solved already. Can you all see that? Is anybody that's unable to see that in what I just said? Based on Gij, comma j equal to 0. The only reason 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 is because there's a Gij which is defined by 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0. That's the invariant. Gij is the invariant that we call God. In other words, the godliness of this equation is what is required, and that godliness satisfies the G2j, comma j equal to 0. Equation that has already been solved since 1990. That's where eta sub n comes from. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So therefore, it thought this equation has had solutions since 1990, 25 years old. So when Jim Crow pops up a black face that could not come from anywhere else, it could have come from India, could have come from Brazil, could have come from LA. Okay? If it must be black, it could come from Miami, it could come from Harlem, it could come from downtown Boston, it could come from Detroit, Michigan. You understand? Or Chicago. The guy has to come from where I was born. That is how you know this is Jim Crow trying to play games with you. As a fraud. That is an attempt at trying to cover this solution that's already been provided since 1990. You can't, in your new self, take that sitting down. You can't allow such a fraud to slide by you. Is how will you deal with it once you back to be yourself again? And that's what I'm hoping the day that we're spending is going to help you do. Are we making progress in that direction?
Absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
Praise God. That's how Jim Crow knows who you are now. That's what they've been waiting to hear since 1990. But because of the inertia that comes from Newton's law, in other words, a system stays in their current state unless they're forced to change by, an external force. That's one of the so-called Newton's laws.
We got you,
So
Professor. We're gonna knock him.
Hello?
I said we got your back, Professor. We finna knock him out.
Could you repeat that?
I said we got your back, Professor. We're gonna knock him out.
We're going to knock him out.
Absolutely. That's the least you can do right now. Brother Mr. Brian and Beulah on this.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brian, Mr. Fuller. Mr. Bryant, Mr. Fuller.
I'm still here, yes. Yes.
Okay, did you hear what Brother Sarahern said?
Oh,
So we
yeah,
got
knock
it,
him
yeah.
out.
Hmm?
I've been here the whole time.
That's right. Okay? You're not going to allow Jim Crow to insult you anymore. That's what we're talking about. For you to accept him, insult you this way is for you still in a mode of 3/5 of a human. Are you still going to consider 3/5 of a man after I have proven to you you are 5/3?
5/3.
5
Never.
thirds.
What did they say?
They said never.
That's right. That's
Quick statement I would like to make here. Looking,
to praise God. So something's loud and clear here. I just showed it to you. The GI, this is G2j, which has been solved exactly by GAGUT since 1990. They didn't come into existence. Ironically, they were responding to GAGUT throwing them away, throwing the whole group away in 1990. I mean, by coming up in 2000 and pretending they didn't know about GAGUT. And all the problems that have been solved They're pretending it's still there. They're not solved. And the proof is now you see why you must buy the journals and the book on Riemann hypothesis. Can you see it?
Everyone see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when I say you must put it in order, otherwise you lose control. Jim Crow, see, they stole a copy of this already, but you need the original, so you have it, because what they given to Okwemi Enoch, well, if you understand me, you have to, shatter that rubbish. You tell them this has been published officially in 2010. Okwemi comes over in 2015. Okay, and claim he has a solution. When there's something, you understand, there's a lot more. Because the Jim Crow, the elites were invited to challenge this solution. The one thing, because, and they reviewed the part that says G2j was already in existence, they had no complaint. So in many ways, they have actually accepted the solution here, but they did not write officially. They didn't sign off on it, but they cannot disagree with it. So the document was presented to them and so on, and they could not challenge it. Before the presentation, they were posting about how they were going to shred GAGUT solution and disprove it and so on. When it was presented, they had no comment. They took a 50 step, saying they could not get apart the solution. So that is as hard, it's as much as you can get from them by way of review. But what just shown is the solution to Riemann hypothesis is in zeros of data function is a G2j, what we call the G2j's, and the variant from that satisfies the Gij, j equal to 0, the G2j, j equal to 0, and that has a solution of eta sub n. That solution, eta sub n. So that's how it was solved. And how you, so then it comes to a matter of deciding which n actually solved the problem. And by the nature of S, that determines what n is it. And as we proved earlier, S comes out of eta sub 0. That's it here. Okay? Yeah, the eta sub 0 is where S came from. That determines which S it is. And once that has been proven already, very clearly, that means Riemann hypothesis has been solved. This is what you're going to, everybody needs to understand this. And you could take on the Jim Crow. But you must take control. That's your new role. Just like when Gauss was the greatest mathematician in antiquity, the Germans were in charge of deciding, the issues related to mathematics, which mathematics equation is correct, on behalf of the European world. That's when Göttingen was the headquarters of mathematics and stuff. Now it is so palpable that you, the member of the black race, now are the ones that can decide the correctness of equations and solutions. And you all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So now we're going to go to one again, and I'll go to that other.
Dr. Yibo?
Yes?
This is Scott Bryan. My phone's I'm about to lose reception. I want to make sure I follow up with you and Mr. Glover and get those books. I'm going to send an email to Mr. Glover tonight to buy all the books I need. And then I'll call back tomorrow and get more instructions.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
sorry that you have to come now,
but you need this to understand the nature of the books.
Yeah, but okay, maybe you.
Yes.
Yes.
You so much. I love
Wait a minute,
you all,
Mr. Bryan.
We'll absolutely be in touch.
Nice meeting you.
That's okay. Okay, so now let's move to. So the rest of you have to. I'm going to finish but anyway, I'm going to go a little faster. Go to the other the page, the open the create of abstract. We have shown this already. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So okay, this is the solution. So now we've concluded the G2j is a function of eta sub 0. As you can see there, that's the title of the publication. God Almighty. Notice how large what God is. As a minimum we can do. God Almighty is grand unified theorem. GAGUT, GIJ, J equal to the solution to Riemann hypothesis. A clear mathematical problem. And note, see when it was of May 28. The review went on until this November 30th, 2010, and when it was accepted for publication in the journal. So therefore, the abstract goes, as you can see there. Can everybody see this page?
Yes.
Yes, see the page.
Okay. So what's happening there is you can see the date where this was, accepted publication and when it was published. That's a document. And during that moment, even though it was solved in 1990 when the problem was actually 131 years old, and it was reviewed in 1995, in 2005, Göttingen recognized GAGUT as having the solution to every problem, including this problem. So Göttingen, where the problem originated clearly, had recognized in that dynamics that we have solved the problem already in 2005. Okay? But this is the content of that proof. So, God Almighty's grand theorem, which infallibly proved that all theorems, that including G2j, the theorem, and all equations originate out of one invariant, Gi. Having orthogonal components Gij with the divergence Gij, comma j equal to 0 has revealed and proven a GAGUT invariant G2j of eta sub 0 equal to minus eta sub 0 natural log. The ln is pronounced natural log. That's the short form of natural log.
Log the base of an exponential function known as e.
Yes. You don't need to understand the detail, but it's a natural log of 2 plus natural log of the function u of eta sub 0 multiplied by e to power I times 2 j plus 1 times pi. That is the invariant that came out of GAGUT. That was already proven to exist in 1990. The specific is given here. It is proven that the GAGUT invariant given by that expression to be solution to Riemann hypothesis. It's equal to of eta sub 0 is equal to 0, and u of eta sub 0 is equal to zeta as a function of eta sub 0 minus 1 multiplied by 2 to power zeta eta sub 0. That is the definition where eta sub 0 is equal to G00x plus G01y. And, which S is a subset of when G00 is equal to 1 and G01 is equal to I. We recover the S from that. In that way, the zeta function itself can now be transformed into expression 1 plus R over 2 to the power x in the bottom, multiplied by e to power I times theta minus y natural log of 2, where R is what is called the modulus of u, and the tangent is u1, the real, u2, the imaginary part, divided by the real part. That's the tangent of theta. That's the angle between them. Where u is equal to u, that's a complex number, complex function. U plus u, I, u2. And so, by facilitating the following, by facilitating the proving of the following, that is a solution to Riemann hypothesis. And what it shows is that from the variant over there, it describes what is known as a logarithmic mapping from a U space to the eta sub 0 space, which is where S comes from. And that kind of mapping is a standard mapping where in the zeta space or S space, you will have, for a given real part, which is the x, you have infinite y, the imaginary part, value. That's what that mapping represents, which is the geometry of the Riemann hypothesis. That is what is miraculous. That in itself is elegance. It's right in there. Of course, if you haven't taken complex variables before, that will not be obvious to you, but that's a standard. Once the problem has been transformed into that state, the geometry is very loud and clear and elegant. So that's what was proven. This is what was being stolen by Jim Crow to hand into a black man to cause war among black people in terms of a divide and conquer, the Jim Crow dynamics, and the Willie Lynch. So, but that's it right there. It's what we're dealing with. And so, we're now going to see the conclusions. Let's move on to the other part of the abstract. Yes. Yeah, that. Okay, so these are the conclusions that comes out of that invariant. Number one, Riemann zeta function, RZF, defined for the real part greater than 0. That's x is greater than 1, or not greater than 1. Represents the convergent subset of zeta function. That was proven through that transformation and the mathematical analysis that is inside the book. Given by zeta of S, where S is a complex variable. As n the number of terms that comes out, the little r in that equation previously, approaches infinity. That's the first conclusion that is drawn. Which is the only real condition that equation in 10-2 and 10-1 makes any sense. Number one, the second point is zeros generated by zeta function. Zeros generated by zeta function, ZF, contain all prime numbers with the exception of 2. Because from the 2j plus 1 part, the 2j plus 1 contains all odd numbers. And the prime numbers are subsets of odd numbers, except with the exception of 2. So that is where prime numbers come in. Prime number subset of that. So that is where the prime number comes, and that is what I was telling you before in terms of the reason for the importance of Riemann hypothesis.
This is amazing.
Praise God. So so that's, you can see that is something that no black person should ever walk away from, especially even if you. This is a response to Zimmerman. This is how you deal with Zimmerman, is to show this to him that that you are superior. Okay, that's good. So therefore, because this is from God, this is what you're seeing. It is so very clear and precise and accurate. So therefore, these zeros are a subset contains all prime numbers with exception of 2 and are a subset, which is the eigenvalues. What is called eigenvalues? You don't have to understand that right now. Eigenvalues is what really makes the equations 0. The zeta function is step 0. That's the eigenvalues. Or points that map the natural log of zeta of s minus 1 times 2 to the power s right onto the sub S complex space, and can be represented by Sj is equal to Xj plus Yj, which is what I was saying before, meaning for a given straight line given by x is a constant, there are infinitely large numbers, infinite values of Yj attached for it. That is what is depicted by the mapping that comes out of that invariant. So there is nobody, no human, no real mathematician that can disagree with that. That is a well-known standard mapping for a relationship. So therefore, the invariant solves the problem very loud and clear, because it has the Riemann hypothesis as a subset. It's only a matter of the details that actually go, but you have to get this global picture first before you can go into the details. And so therefore, the mapping automatically says that you're going to have a series of vertical lines. The question is there only one that does it? Is what, which includes the vertical lines represented by zeta, the Riemann hypothesis. This general solution, Sj is equal to Xj plus Iyj, is the original, correctly agrees with and verifies the functional form of Riemann hypothesis. Zeros. Formula says Xj can be 1/2, just like we saw before. So the problem, however, is that you can get zeros there, but Riemann hypothesis zeros, however, are non-convergent, because in that realm where x is equal to 1/2, the zeta function does not converge there. So the equation in 10-2 is not valid. If it is not valid, therefore it cannot be a solution. So Riemann hypothesis zeros, however, are non-convergent and do not converge at all to any one set of values of yj as n approaches infinity, proven here as a mathematical reality that zeta function zf does not converge to any one set with one function with one set of zeros as n approaches infinity when x is equal to half. Okay, is proven here as a mathematical reality through the mathematical analysis. Has appeared to people who are computation experts who apparently have not done mathematical analysis. They like to see it as a very slow convergence. No, it's not a matter of a slow convergence. There's no convergence at all. It's what was proven through GAGUT. Which is another way of saying, because they're able to get zeros, but these zeros are not unique zeros. They're not real. They're what you call a finite field zeros, means you specify n, in which case the zeta function becomes a function of n. So that's not what zeta they're looking for. They're looking for values of zeros that is independent of n. That means you must go into the convergent region, convergent domain or interval. So therefore, that means all computer Riemann hypothesis zeros thus far are thus proven to be non-convergent and hence finite field zeros. When x is equal to half, okay, when xj is equal to half, then x is less than 1, which says that Riemann hypothesis zeros given by s is equal to half, 1 half plus 1, sorry, iyj are not Riemann zeta function zeros due to the domain definition of the requirement that the x has to be greater than 1. If x is equal to half, it's less than 1, it's not greater than 1. So therefore, that does not belong to reta zeta function, because reta zeta function only defined when, RZF, that's Riemann zeta function, is only defined when the real part is greater than 1. So when with the Riemann hypothesis value of 1 half, that is less than 1, not greater. So therefore, Riemann zeta function is not defined within x is equal to 1 half, and hence has no values including zeros when x is equal to 1 half, as given by Riemann hypothesis. However, the Riemann hypothesis zeros are the zeta function zeros for finite fields, meaning you're going to specify the n. If you specify the n, then you have the zeros. So that you're treating the problem as a three-dimensional function, or three-variable function, as opposed to two. For infinite fields, however, the zeta function and the Riemann zeta function zeros are given by roughly xj is equal to 1.252 with infinite yj's that are unique. They're not, because they converge the value in that interval. So you could write it as sj is equal to 1.252 plus I yj, where the yj is infinite. That is the conclusion. That is a summary and the abstract of the solution to the Riemann hypothesis. So let's go on to the proof of the convergence issue. Let's go to the next one page where not this one. Yeah, the convergence part. With, you know, the convergence, not this one. No. Yeah, that one. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, this page. How did we determine the convergence? Is through this equation here. Um, the proofs of these conclusions are presented before. We're using what is called the comparison test. It's a well standard proof of convergence, which is based on equation 10-4. In other words, if you need to compare two functions, one converges, and corresponding terms for the one that converges are all greater than corresponding terms of another series. The comparison test says because of the one that has bigger, corresponding terms, if they converge, the one that has a smaller corresponding terms will also converge. That is a very useful concept. That's part of the mathematical analysis, and that can be proven. That was proven, but the proof is textbook material. It's easy, straightforward. But that's what used in what is called mathematical analysis. The real analysis is what is extremely difficult, and that's where the geometric African series comes in. So that is basically what was used, comparison test. That's 10-4. So therefore, the proof is given them. We don't need a proof. That is in standard textbooks. It is valid. So all we need is to find a U function that will have corresponding terms with zeta function that will be bigger term by term. Corresponding terms are bigger for the U than the zeta function, and that the U converges. That U will comes out as the gas. That's the geometric African series. So we have to locate it. That was a tough part of it. Go on to the next. So, okay. Yeah, to do that, we have to break down the zeta function. Simplify it. And the simplification lead to that function that you can go. There are several little transformations, and it brings us into transforming like this here. We could go through a process. It's straightforward if you know the fundamental complex variables. And what happens is that you go to the bottom there, go back to the bottom. These are intermediate steps. Go down to the bottom. Okay. Yeah, go on. Yeah, this is really okay. So that says from that little transformation that you end up with equation 10-9D, where zeta function is transformed into a set of trigonometric functions, infinite trigonometric functions. But we're trying to do analysis to find the actual simpler function with which we can prove converges and whose corresponding parts are greater than this function, this zeta function. So that goes to, go to the next page. So for us to do that, we have to use certain okay. Yeah, so now we're broken down the Riemann, the zeta function, into its real part, which is U bar 1, the real part, and U bar 2 is the imaginary part. So it's required for us to prove that both real and imaginary part converge, separately. And if they converge separately, that means zeta function itself converges. So we have to look for a function that, for the real and imaginary part, its corresponding points are bigger, and those functions converge. That's what was done. Go. Get up a little bit. Okay, so go. So that to do no, come on, go to the next one. We could do some little details here and there, but we'll end up. Okay. The bottom line is we were able to find that there's an intermediary function, not this, okay, U bar 1, 2, that we need to focus on. That's equation 10, 9, K. So if we focus on that, we now want to find it, because if that U1 bar converges, both the real and imaginary part of the zeta function converge. Okay? So for us, we have to find a U bar 3. Okay? That corresponding terms actually excuse me. Corresponding terms are bigger than the U bar 1, 2, but U bar 3 also converges. If we find such a function, then that means that under the condition it converges will be the conditions the real and imaginary part of zeta function converges, and zeta function itself converges. Okay? So that is what was done, and what we led to is to find that we have to find the U bar 3. That's the gas, the geometric African series.
Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Can everyone see the gas geometric African series?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So we're now going to find this. I need you all to be alert. I know I've kept it for so long, but this is so critical. Go down to how we find the U bar, the gas, the geometric African series. Okay, this is it here. Our historians, actually, he's a medical doctor, Brother Finch. He had dug up a history that shows that a series of powers of 1/2 is a big part of the original African mathematics. That's if you look his video on the YouTube called the Esoteric Wisdom, you will see where It showed that Finch, Finch. So what happens is the series U12 bar has a partial series, a partial sums that includes 1 over 2 to the power x plus 1 over 3 to the power x. Those are the first two terms. We're going to check that if there is a series that term that contains a term that is less, the greater than this particular term. And that is seen by when you have a series that is 1 over 2 to the power x plus 1 over 2 to the power x. That will be bigger than 1 over 2 to the power x plus 1 over 3 to the power x. And that will result in 2 over 2 to the power x. So you go through that process, you will find out. I know that it's kind of late, but you follow that, rhythm, you come to a series that looks like this. That is 1 over 2. Go further down. The k part. Yeah. 1 over the summation of 1 over 2 to the power k times x minus 1 will be the kind of series that will provide the U bar 3, which is the gas. That's the geometric African series. This is what God revealed. This is a miracle, because there's no way of actually guessing this series if God was not revealing it. So now we've got to sum this series term by term. This series is bigger, its corresponding term is bigger for this series, the U bar 3, compared to the U12 bar. And so we need now to prove, if we can prove this series converges, then the condition under which it converges will be applicable to the convergence of zeta function, the real part and the imaginary part. That's what was done. This what is called mathematical analysis. I know it's not a trivial dynamics, but at least you can see that's the logic you hear in some of the dynamics that was done. This is called mathematical analysis. The purpose is to find a series that, compared to the Riemann, the zeta function, corresponding terms will be bigger compared to the zeta function. And if it's bigger,
if you can prove that bigger one converges, the ones that are smaller will converge due to the actual converging test.
In terms of the comparison test.
The comparison test, excuse me.
Yeah, that's a convergent comparison. So that is what we're doing here. This is so transparent, even most of you who have never seen this before can follow. Now the details are certainly very hard. I don't pretend it was trivial to find out. This is one of the most difficult mathematical problems. But you can see that, but the whole purpose, one of the major purposes here is to prove that if GAGUT can solve this equation, solve this problem, it can solve the health problems. That's the whole idea. So it's important for you to see this problem is difficult. Even though God is showing elegance at the same time, they've seen very neat stuff, but it's still difficult. So therefore, that is the power of God in this process. So we try to convince you God is doing this. It's a very difficult problem, but the results are coming out nice, elegantly. That's evidence of God. So move on to where we summarize that. Now we're going to sum that series. The African series, you could make this 1 over 2 to the power k is the original form of the African, the popular, very famous African mathematics series. So GAGUT was able to get a transformed version of that. A version of the African, geometric African series. That's a miracle. Another reason that compels every black person to get involved in this, because this is your story. And everybody see that.
Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. So, and attending until you get a sense of it. You gradually getting yourself prepared to, eventually you can get in the program here. But you have to be determined. You have to be determined. You have to be prepared for it. We're not expecting you to honor this is a high mathematics right now, but we like to get a sense of, okay, so therefore we did some little end points and so on and so forth in order how to fit in number one into it in that general series, okay? And we find that one, let's see, we'll go up. One can be put in where k takes a value of 0. Okay? K takes a value of 0. That's 1 right there. Because when k is 0, it multiplies x minus 1. That will be 0. So 2 to power 0, anything to power 0 is 1. So the 1 over 1 is 1. So that's a transformation that. So if we can factor that into this series, okay, by bringing 1 down there, and then adjusting the beginning points, okay? If we bring in 1 into the equation, then the next term of the series will start from 2 instead of 1. So that is the transformation there, and that will come. And then from there, okay, you go to the next, go down. So we know that the y bar 1, 2 is defined like that from the previous. We know that it's less, the corresponding terms are less than this gas. So if we could determine the convergence of gas, because term by term is larger than U1, 2 bar, that will give us the region or the interval where the real and imaginary part of Riemann, the theta function converge. And that would have established things for us. So the U bar 3 then can be simplified into a geometric series given over there. That is summing, that bottom here over there. You're summing from 1, okay, you're summing from 1 to n of 1 over 2 to power x minus 1 to power k minus 1. That's what U bar 3 ultimately ends up in. And it's a geometric series, therefore it has an exact solution. That's another clear evidence God is doing this. It's extremely beautiful. Nobody could have ever fathomed that a closed form series can be found associated with a Riemann, a zeta function. Nobody was dreaming of such a thing ever. Nobody thought that, because it's so awkward and so crummy. Nobody could see. This function geometry means there's a formula for each closed form solution, flat solution. That is usually unheard of in analysis. But once in a while they pop up. That's how you know God is in charge of this process. So, yes, once you prove it's geometric, you just use a simple formula for summing geometric series. And that's what's done next. Go over to that. Yes. Okay. So, and that summation is given by that formula over there. That is 1. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is a summation right there. So U bar 3, I rewrote it with in my pen there. The exact equation, the summation, exact uh, expression is 1 minus 1 over 2 to power big N times x minus 1 divided by 1 minus 1 over 2 to power x minus 1. That's the exact closed form solution for the U bar 3. So now we can determine the interval of convergence of this U bar 3, who has been proven to have term by term comparison with the U12 bar, which has a similar thing with the Riemann, the zeta function. So you can see there's more than one layer, one line here. That's the complication of the problem. This is how you're going to see that GAGUT has a solution to that will save our lives, because it's extremely complicated, and yet God is pulling out the solution, pulling out solutions right before your eyes. So with this, we know very clearly that if x is greater than 1, which is what Riemann zeta function prescribed, there is convergence here. So that will be the interval which the Riemann zeta function converges. And so, which corresponds to the zeta, Riemann zeta function. That was prescribed, but it wasn't clear where Riemann got, or maybe somebody named after him. It wasn't clear how he came to that conclusion. They just say that is his definition. It turns out that definition is what corresponds to the interval where zeta function converges. And so, therefore, that's the only place we could be looking for zeros for zeta function. And that gives us a way of saying every other interval, zeta function doesn't converge. If it doesn't converge, it cannot have a unique zero. That's what disproves a Riemann hypothesis. It is a set of zeros, but it's not unique, because it doesn't converge to any set of yj's. The mathematical solution will require a unique set. Even though it's infinity, it must be unique. But for uniqueness, there must be convergence. Otherwise, we have no solution. That's by mathematics definition. So this is what does it for us. Now let's move on to the next page. The last thing you also need to see is that as n approaches infinity in the U bar 3, you will see the function there as a function of n. The value of U bar 3 will be increasing monotonically. And if it increases monotonically, and we're dealing with the highest value, the upper value of the function, it is the maximum for the function is increasing monotonically. And if the maximum increases, the minimum would also decrease, because it's like the minimum is like the flipping over around an axis. If it is below the symmetry, it will be decreasing. If it's above the symmetry line, it will be increasing. So increment up means decrement down. So therefore, that means this is going to be a limiting process. Since you can never reach infinity, it's enough to prove that as you move on to infinity, you'll be approaching the zeros. It's extremely beautiful. One more reason why black people cannot disengage with this. Clay did not have any business coming into existence, because there are no more problems for to justify its existence anyway. So him coming in here has an ulterior motive, which is to try to steal black people's stuff as they've been doing for centuries, millennia actually, 2.5 millennia. That, is what God has called you to act on, to stop it right away. And this is the perfect example, a way for you to do that. Keep on going. And then I hope I can show you some of the dynamics in terms of okay, no, okay, no, that's done already. So, no, this is going backwards. As well, but we're going to, go, okay. So we established, so now we're going to go now into the geometry, go to the figure. Yes, this is the next thing. This is the geometry of the actual invariant, which is the first credibility sign that the mapping here includes the Riemann hypothesis line. That is x is equal to 1. It is a vertical line just like Riemann suggested. The only problem is the points on the vertical line are not unique in the Riemann hypothesis classification because there's no convergence. However, when x is greater than 1, that is at 1/2 where x is less than 1, where there's no convergence. However, when you get into x is greater than 1, you will find a line, which is move on. Yes, move on. Okay, move up 1. Yeah, okay, we can enlarge it a little bit. So the solution therefore becomes, the Riemann hypothesis solution is Sj there is equal to 1/2 plus Iyj. The real solution is, the Gagotical solution is Sj is equal to 1.252 plus Iyj. The difference is the Yj in the right hand, the Gagotical one, is unique. Whereas as n approaches 0, it approaches a one set, unique set. Whereas in the Riemann piece, it does not converge to any, it keeps on going, it's changing forever. So that's what makes it a non-unique solution, and this is the unique solution. Even though this can always be refined, we kept 440 terms. Most people keep a couple of terms, maybe 10 terms or something like that, I hope. But that's when there's an obvious convergence. So this is what makes it holy in terms of being godly, is that the geometry is very loud and clear. It's a geometry that includes the Riemann hypothesis, geometry. So that's how we see evidence of God's solution. Therefore, it's infallible. And so when you have a fallible thing in your hand, it's like having a big weapon in your hand to deal with a fraudulent person, fraudulent set of people. So this is what the fire bombed our facilities to steal, so they can hand it to a blackface and say he solved the problem. In so doing, they will appear like they love black people, or another way of saying, well, Igbo is not discriminated against because a black person won it. That's the divide and conquer. They think that works always. This time, you've been prepared to tell them it can never work because you are more superior than them, you're more intelligent compared to them. So they can use a simple mind that divide and conquer to steal this, because the goal here is for them to steal GAGUT. Why they got you saying, oh gee, non-black that has no idea, I have no idea who this guy is, a Fahmian of this. I've never heard of him before. when you have people who have been working on Riemann hypothesis for before Opemi was born and can't find a solution, the guy comes out from yesterday, just got a PhD recently, and he pops off that that's fraud, evidence of fraud like that. He has no experience. I would be surprised if he knows he can even understand this. Okay? So, because his masters don't understand this, okay? So, that's why I have to show you, every black person needs to have a copy of the book. So, when Opemi because first of all, they're not planning to show you anything from Opemi. When the so-called Andrew Wiles solved the, supposedly solved the Fermat's last theorem, he didn't have to present a solution to the public. They sat in a back room and talked fraud and said, oh yeah, he has solved. That's a manipulation and insulting of the public. That's why you have to see.
Even after his friend exposed him.
Well, the friend accidentally exposed the fraud, and they have to shut him up and do, they patch up things. And he didn't convince many of us that he actually had a solution. But but since GAGUT has since proven the Riemann, the Rieman's last theorem, that's something that, by the grace of Almighty God, can be presented later. They try to burn it down and everything else. So you must remember what I told you. The firebombed our facilities to steal this and give it a blackface like Opemi to present as a solution. And that they will back it up with false propaganda. You have to really give, take them on and prove to them this is a fraud, and that was a fraud, and this is the reality. Okay, so that is the goal of the exercise. But first, you must get a sense of what is happening here. This is the real solution here. This solution has a good geometric thing. If you call it a finite field solution, it will be a solution, but then, you have to specify the number of terms before it makes any sense. And that's not really much of use, really. But the one that converges, which is this one, has some use, because then, and so let's see, this is the most beautiful transformation that can come across mathematics. That's the transformation. It's extremely beautiful.
Yeah, I love this one. I like this picture.
It's praise God. It's God, the evidence of God, actually. Only God can show any human this, and this is part of how God shows my intelligence of infinite. There was not a single human being that the only person I could think of that could have understood is Professor Garabedian, who has transformed down. Because he's one, as far as I know, I don't know of any other mathematician that has an understanding of this kind of geometry like him. And but he will understand if he was here. He can understand it. He won't be like. So the bottom line is to close down clay math. They have no reason for existence because all problems have been solved before they forced themselves on them. They volunteer, they voluntarily, they offer themselves for a purpose of committing fraud. They must be told to shut up and to close shop. They have no use because they cause more problems than help. They claim they're trying to facilitate a promotion of mathematics. Instead, what they're promoting is a fraud. That's why they must be stopped. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's our goal. This solution, there's no human being can touch this solution, the geometry that you see here. This is God. And like I said in the first broadcast, the beauty is like the character of the black person that is being him or herself. This is the depiction of the character. It also, because of the clock nature of it, it's a God, actually, because the geometry there in the U space is a clock. It's a representation of a clock. You have two hands. One is the long hand and the one is the small hand. And each of them have their cycles. And what makes the thing infinity is this cycles that the clock can keep on recording hours forever. That is how you prove that the YJs are infinity. So a clock proves that. Even you who don't have a background can see that. Because those hands can keep on going like a clock hand forever. And within that, it's like looking for 6 o'clock. The clock keeps on running. You're going to count. I don't like the 6, but 4 or 5 o'clock or any number, or 5, 10 or whatever. That can happen forever. So therefore, that's God's way of saying Jim Crow's time is up. That's what God is saying here with this time. It's God's time is what God is saying here. Can you all feel that?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what this is saying. God's time. And that God time is black people must return back to global leadership. The message here should be very clear to everyone. It's time for black people to get back to provide leadership again. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the God order. This is what we call the God order. God has indicated through this transformation that it's time for black people to get back to global leadership again. And that it is time, Jim Crow's time is up. They need to pack up and close down Clay. Clay is nothing but a fraud. There's no reason for Clay's existence. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Fraud. It needs to die.
Absolutely. We need to go. That is what we must do. So now, how do we do that? First, you must buy up all the books. Are we ready to do that? Is everyone ready to put in their orders in? We have to buy up
I
the
definitely
books.
am.
Okay. So you can all do on the PayPal for your second book. If you're getting it at $199. If you do today, and we might even be able to ship for free.
Oh,
Okay?
please do.
Okay? Are you ready?
Are you all ready to
Yes.
do that?
Yes.
Okay, then go on the PayPal, and then all you put is $199. I will ship it for free.
What's the URL link?
You just type in on Google search browser the word GAGUT. That's G as in God, A as in Apple, G again as in God.
GUT. Yep. Okay.
Yes. The very first result will bring you
Let
to
me do that first.
Okay, just let me know what happens.
Okay.
This is, you don't want to miss this picture, folks. This is the most beautiful geometry picture in mathematics.
So
Right?
John,
have you seen anything? John helped plot this, so you should know, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen anything prettier than this in mathematics?
No.
It's the most elegant transformation in mathematics.
Praise God.
Praise God is right.
Yes. Yes.
Can everybody see that, or am I exaggerating?
Oh, no, you're not.
Praise God. I told you I'm delivering God's order to you. I want to be verified. Unless somebody has a question.
Okay, did you get on to the Google, sir?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, did you put in GAGUT?
Yep.
Did you click on the first result?
Is it the one that says it in big letters? Up it?
No, it says gagutofapit.org.
Yep. I click that, yep.
If you go into that, the very first link that allows you to, the first link, if you go to that, the general donation.
28?
Yes, the first link, it goes to a general donation page, which you can put down the amount for the book, and we'll recognize that it's for the book. You will get an email through PayPal confirming that transaction.
How many can I get?
What?
How many can I get?
How many books you can get?
Yeah.
Well, how many do you want?
How many do you have?
Huh?
How many do you have?
Yeah, tons of them.
Oh, okay.
You're making sure that they get in the hands of the black people first.
You want
to believe me.
That are not stolen by Jim Crow.
You want 10?
Hold on, let me see my savings real quick. Hold on.
Tell us the number. You could become a distributor. You could do that.
Oh, I might need to call you about something like that after this, but I
5 is okay if that's what you can do today. How many can you do tonight?
I'm looking at putting in about 400.
400?
Yeah, how many books can I get for 400?
That would be 2 books.
2 books? Okay.
Yeah.
This is the Grand Unified Theorem book.
Yes. Okay, 2 books is fine. And you can come back for more.
Is anyone else going to join him?
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, not him directly. It's just more of us on here. Okay.
Yeah. What?
We didn't hear what you said, sir.
No, go ahead. I just interrupted. I was ordering too, but go ahead. I had interrupted you.
No,
that's fine.
You were saying something. What were you saying, sir?
Everybody needs to participate. You could start distributing the books. That's really one of our goals. That
no problem.
You take the selling of this book, like brother was saying before, brother Jimmy or somebody. He wants to see if we could refer people. We want to. Is Brother Fuller there or is tired?
Brother Fuller, Mr. Fuller, are you there?
Eve, I'm correct. Okay, if I can put it in 390, would I still buy the 2 books?
390?
Yeah.
That's what you have?
I mean, whatever is the closest to the amount of the 2 books.
Well, actually, 199. So it's actually 398.
398. Okay.
Yeah, 398.
So I'm gonna put in 400 then.
Okay.
You said free shipping, right?
Yes, that will give you free shipment. Yes.
Okay. I'm about to get it right now.
Free shipment. So 398 will be fine.
Okay, I'm about to do that right now.
We're going to encourage everybody to distribute this. In other words, that's how you become part of it. The Jewish people will not allow black people to come and distribute something like this. You know that?
Oh, never.
Not allow you to distribute equals MC squared.
So you shouldn't be allowing something.
All set. Got it in.
And who is this that's doing this?
It's Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Charles.
Okay, did it go through?
It's all set.
Good. We're gonna ship that. Yeah. Okay. John is gonna verify. So who else is ready now, or who is gonna be doing? Is Brother Fuller there? Is he there, or he's gone? He's gone. It's out. Okay. Anybody else there ready to do that? Anybody else ready to do today, or they do it some other time?
No, I'm ready to do it today. This is Zuri Kasatunde. I'm just now getting to the PayPal page.
You like to do it tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Well then, you have any problems?
Not yet. I'm just now getting to it. I'm in the process now.
Okay. Good. And what's your name?
Zuri Kasatunde.
Yes. Go ahead. And how many books you want?
Just one today.
Okay, that's fine. But it also means you're going to talk about what you're seeing to the other brothers and sisters. Is that something you're going to be able to do? Come tomorrow and so on?
Yes, I will.
The criticality of every black home having this book.
Yeah.
That's part of how you're going to shut down Clay
Professor,
Man.
I have another question.
Go ahead.
So what are these 2 books that I'm looking at?
What did you say?
What's the name of these 2 books?
Oh, okay. The book that you're doing, the first one is the journal, okay, and it's the most prestigious journal. That's the one comes with the briefing, okay. Now this one is the book that comes along with it, and it has incredible amount of information in it, including the form of Google. Huh? Yeah, that is GAG. How much? Okay. The other brother says he's in the process of doing it right now. Well, come and talk to him. Perhaps he needs your help anyway. what happens is the title of the book is GAGUT, G-I-J, comma, J equal to 0, radically unified mathematics, and solves the Riemann hypothesis, a clear mathematics Millennium Prize. That needs to shine throughout the world. That is part of how your black power works. Definitely every black home, every young brother needs to be looking at it. They need to wear the GAGUT shirt and go to Zimmerman and tell them, tell Zimmerman who they are. There are people who have been able to solve this problem. You understand? That shows our superiority. And we're not going to wait for them to do their fraud with it because they do not have enough brains to make a determination of this dynamics. That's the message that God ordered you to deliver. Because you can see that God has returned your credentials, 5 over 3. Why would you be waiting for 3? You're 5, somebody's 3. Why would you wait for the person with the 3 IQ to make a judgment on your credentials, right? It's like, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. They can't grade your work. This geometry is too godly for you to bring the devil in. Isn't it right? Is it right?
No, that was not coming. No.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
The devil represents ignorance. That's what Zimmerman is doing. As ignorance. Would you actually be bragging about killing a person?
No, that's ignorance.
No, that's not blackness. To be bragging about it and actually going to make headlines, and the society thinks it's cool. You understand? If nothing motivates you, that should motivate you in what we do here. Isn't that right?
That's right.
I agree.
The society thinks that is cool. For Zimmerman to be selling, see, this is the way we can all get even. You have to go on, even if you can take this picture and flash it on the Twitter. Send it to Zimmerman. Let him know who you are.
He wouldn't know how to handle himself. He'll probably aim at the target.
Boy, no, he would be scared of this target.
He's like, oh no,
Yeah.
it's gonna hurt me.
Oh no, man, this is that high math. I gotta run.
Oh no, he trying to choke me.
You see, good morning, Brother Trevor. Hey, this one is for Trevor Martin, and this is for Standard One, man. Oh, yeah. This is how you get even. This is the power in your hand. Okay, can you see that, folks?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a therapy for you. You can see that, right?
Yes.
Does this provide a therapy for you in terms of feeling good about yourself or not?
Yeah, it does. Plus, it gives us a guidepost on how to elevate ourselves to be able to utilize it to do the analysis on our lives like you do. Did we get cut off?
This thing is pretty long, man.
Yeah,
I can only imagine.
That's what God will do for you, man. Make you run like an Energizer battery.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah. Yeah, he definitely they left the call, so we may have to do it again. We'll see.
Yeah.
So just hold tight. He may call me in. Hold on.
For y'all young and strong, this ain't nothing for y'all.
No, this is just typical Oyibo. He said he can talk literally for days.
Yeah, I can hear for days.
Well, now that I know what how this rolls, I have to get positioned to be able to deal with a couple-day dissertation.
Oh yeah.
But just go to OFAPIT Institute on YouTube. It's right. It's all there.
Yeah, I did when you said that today. I saw that it's available, so that's good. So I can go back on some of the older ones, but also, you know, uh, I like I said, I have the book, and so somehow until you get your is this is the brother from Oakland, right?
For me?
Who, me? No, I'm from California. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
from
from
L.A.,
Oakland though.
right?
Yeah, LA.
Okay, so yeah, you and the brother from Oakland, because
Yeah,
us West Coast brothers, we gotta, you know, organize down here so that we can master what he was showing us. Because
definitely.
I know some white boys who be talking about that, right? The Riemannian, they act like Riemann was like, the white god and stuff, and he only had a theorem, and and they try to act like, you know, his hypothesis is like the real thing, and they don't, even though Oyibo's been on the scene for a couple decades, they just act like it's
Yeah, he
not.
is.
Okay, cool.
No, you're right.
Okay,
No,
everyone's
you're
there?
exactly right. And
Yep.
they don't even understand that he didn't even solve it. He just made a
Okay, who
guess,
was
and his
that? That
guess was
Right.
kind of accurate, but it wasn't fully solved like Oyibo did it. And it's
No,
just one little piece. It's just like one little puzzle. We
right,
got the whole puzzle. That's just one little side puzzle. We got the
right.
whole other puzzle.
It's the whole thing to put the pieces into, pretty much.
Exactly. So I mean, yeah. Okay, so he's okay. They're back. He needs to unmute himself.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, it's all good. We're waiting.
Brother John, brother John.
All right, hello. Who else has purchased the books? I know Mr.
Yep,
Charles
I already
Ugazar
did.
got them, but who else has got them on PayPal?
Brother Thomas has one.
Who?
Thomas Lewis Plummer.
Okay, Mr. Fuller, did you buy one on PayPal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then who's the Tom? I don't understand. Who's the Thomas that you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about myself. You asked who had them.
Okay, so could you go over what you did? Because I can't hear you very well.
Oh, okay. No, I have the Grand Unified Theorem book. Did you copy that?
It's very hard to hear you, sir.
Okay, I said that I had the Grand Unified Theorem book.
Okay, but wasn't someone else going to order the book on, in terms of the new books pertaining to the Riemann hypothesis, like Mr. Ugazara did?
Oh, no, not today.
What says he was getting one book for tonight? Okay. Is that the paper thing and other things you can eat?
Hey, John.
Yes,
This is Sai. We're gonna still talk after this, right?
Yeah,
that is
John said.
correct.
It's Charles.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right.
They're just sleeping.
So what's going on? Okay, no, but did, did you find out who the other person is?
I haven't had a chance to check PayPal yet.
Okay, can you go check the phone?
I couldn't do that on this machine.
Careful.
Okay, I'm back right now. This is Zari. I had to leave for a moment. I'm trying to.
Hmm?
What did you say? Hello?
Yes, this is Zari. I was just saying I just got back. The link we're going to is what the GAGUT, the one that says
Yes.
radically unifies mathematics and solves the Riemann hypothesis.
Yes, a clear mathematics millennium problem. That's the title.
Okay, that's the
Yeah.
book we're looking for now.
Yes, that's a book that needs to be. You need to have every black person needs to have in their hands because it's a book. Both books are extremely critical because one is a journal, a research journal, the best, the most prestigious research journal, and how do you know it's the best research journal? It has a paper published. Not only do you have GAGUT, the G2j solution in it, but you have a paper published in a journal by former aide to Albert Einstein. Actually, Einstein's paper is in the journal. Did you know that?
Oh, no, I didn't
The,
know. When
the
I click on it,
journal, the journal paper. In other words, uh, one of my professors has reviewed Einstein's paper and recommended it to be published in the journal. So we publish it in this particular journal. So when you have a paper from Albert Einstein in a journal, that makes the journal already a very prestigious journal. So Einstein paper is in the journal. That's number one. Number two, a paper by the former head of math department of Stanford, that's Professor Paul Garabedian, is also in the journal. You cannot find any journal in the world that has caliber of people publishing in it that is bigger than those two. That is even before GAGUT. Okay? So now on top of that, you have the G2j solution in it. So that makes that journal the very most prestigious journal in the world. Unlike before GAGUT, you are not supposed to be associated with any reputable journal. Now you are now, that's part of the proof that you're back in business. Because the paper that you have now is the most prestigious journal ever. So that is how you know the time has changed. Do you understand?
Yes. When I click on the link, it keeps taking me to Amazon.
Oh no, don't click on the book. No. What you do, you simply go, yeah, no, don't go to Amazon. What you do is just go on PayPal and put your money down and you get a receipt. You understand?
Oh, okay.
Yes. Or you go to the donation page.
Yeah,
Go
yes,
to the
you're right.
donation page, but you go on, put GAGUT on Google, and the first website is our website, that's the gagutpapi.org. You click on it, and you bring it the top of the page that says click to register, something like that. So that's when you do that, you would actually be on the donation page on PayPal, and then you put in your amount of money. If you're getting one book, that will be $1.99. You're getting a free shipment. You know, so that's all you need to do. So you don't need to write the title. We know the book. We know the book that you've ordered by the price. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. I just told you the title so you have it for your own record. And you know, the other thing is that so everybody, that is ready needs to go ahead with it because we want to ship out as many as possible.
We're ready right now.
Okay. Did anything happen? Okay, he's going to the PayPal right now. Did you see the link yet?
Almost. I'm getting there now.
Okay.
Okay, I think this is it right here. Donation page.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Just put in the amount of $199.
Is it the
For one book.
accreditation donations? Is that the page you click on?
No, general donation is fine. Well, unless you want to mention separate that. Yeah, the general donation, I understand, is the easiest way.
Okay, it says general donation. I'm there.
Huh?
Okay, I'm there at the page which says general donation. I'm there.
That's correct. Just click on it and you see PayPal and then you put in the amount. And then you get a receipt for it. The beauty of all this is,
What was the amount again?
they're $199 even.
What about how much for the T-shirts also?
The T-shirt is $37. Yeah, that's another important part. $37.
Anyone like to get the T-shirt?
Yes. We put in order as well because that's they all go together.
Okay, it's in. I'm gonna do it through, not through PayPal. No, I'm just trying. I guess I'm partially talking to myself. I'm gonna try to see if I can
Oh,
log
that's fine. Take your
out.
time. John, okay, well, he's working on it. Maybe you can come and help him. No, he's trying to process it. He first thought, you know, he could go to Amazon.com, but Amazon is so crooked.
Everything working out?
Yes, I'm working on it now. I'm adding the card information in.
All right, sure. And anyone else want to get the shirts, if they would like to, they can make their orders today.
Yes, I'm adding that in too. One shirt and a medium.
Okay. What else would you like?
Just those two.
Okay. Okay. What did you say again? You said a medium shirt.
And the book.
Okay.
GAGUT journal. Okay.
He's getting the journal through the description.
Okay. All right.
You just need to, you know, help with group, you know, the process. Even the cards. Who the life wants to ship, and they're going to tell them what's in the bind, and it's a special bind.
I just wanted to let you know that.
Something's not working. It keeps saying error.
What exactly is the error?
I was saying the card that issued it didn't approve the transaction. I might have to wait until tomorrow and Duke can go to the bank.
How much did you put in?
$240.
If you process the book separately in my work.
And you try to process it with the book price instead of with the shirt? Just the book by itself?
No, I didn't.
I mean, would you try that?
Okay. I'm gonna have to go back to do that.
Thank you.
Professor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
How do we cure cancer? Because a lot of people have cancer, like in my family, and then they gotta get chemotherapy and all this stuff. But what should be a way to cure cancer?
Well, best ways to avoid it altogether, but it's extremely hard to avoid it because of the food and the pollution, and medications, all kinds of ways. Um, the cure is clearly related to understanding the dynamics of cancer. Um, they could use some iodine. The people have iodine in their food. In other words,
Mr. Hearn.
hello?
Oh, you saying do they eat it? I don't know if they eat it.
Yeah, well, there are food items that have, for example, the salt, supposedly.
Iodine.
They use iodized salt.
Oh, okay.
Do they use it, though? That's what we're asking.
I'm not sure.
Uh, People are trying iodine because iodine is supposed to, see, when you have uh, deficiency of iodine, you would have um, your, what do you call it, thyroid will begin to uh, become inflamed. You understand?
You
Yeah,
understand, Mr. Hearn?
my mom, she had to get her thyroid removed.
Oh, okay. Okay, now, when it was removed, okay, was that associated with the cancer?
Yeah, because she had cancer, then she went on remission, and then she got her. She had to get the. She had like a big gland. It started getting larger, so they had to remove it. And they brought in like a secret pill that was padded and everything, and she had to take all these pills now. And I just have her on the distilled water now. That's all I know. But she does have to take these pills.
Yeah. Did she see that? You see, I didn't even know, before I mentioned the thyroid. The point is, um, did do you know if you can ask her if she ever had some iodine? Because the inflammation of iodine of glands, I'm sorry, the thyroid, is associated with the deficiency of iodine.
Okay.
You know, so that will be the thing that So now, whether the people that that's a well-known fact, people who develop the swelling, thyroid and all that, a good part of why is they don't use salt that has it's iodine or iodine, or they don't have other sources of iodine. So, and those things are very real in terms of, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. So make a note of that to find out from her, yeah,
Okay, I will.
if they have ever actually been treated with iodine. And so I know that is a paradigm for real. That's because of GAGUT, that it helps lower the information in the thyroid. So therefore, since cancer does involve inflammation, iodine would help, should help. But once you get Jim Crow involved, it is kind of hard. Sometimes it's hard to regain the control back. So that's that's part of the challenge. But find out what type she ever had, especially, the dynamics that led to the remission uh, can be investigated. See if there was if the person remembers having iodine treatment, or if he or she uses iodine salt in their diet. You understand?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So now, okay. Did the brother who's trying to
I'm still here. I had to do it another way. I'm almost there.
okay.
Oh.
Hello, Brother Glover.
I think I'm
Hello.
gonna do this tomorrow because no matter what I do, I'm not getting in there.
I see. Still having difficulty?
Yes, I think I know why.
Okay. That's okay. Um,
Well, what the problem is, I had went to another location. I went to an event, and I usually never make multiple purchases
okay.
with the
That's
credit card.
okay.
I'll take cash out, but I ended up making a whole bunch. It was with a lot of vendors. I was at a place with a lot of vendors, and I made about
Right.
maybe 10, 12 purchases, like small
I
purchases, $20 here, $8 here for food, something for there, and it keeps saying my card is coming up for fraud because I've never done that with my card.
Okay. That's okay. That's understandable.
So I'm gonna
Okay.
have to wait till tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So now there are a few things that I could show. John, can you come here for a second? Okay. Anybody else processing their books? But you now need to use, all of you need to use each one, teach many, because what you get in today or tonight, you can share with with every brother, every sister, every person that you're able to meet in terms of making sure they have their hands on these books, you know, and of course you can join in and take your learning to higher and higher and higher grounds. Okay, and Brother Glover can give you some other preparation that warms you up into higher levels that will get you to pick up some background stuff, you know, that will help you understand better. So that is how. So the learning, you start from a convenient point and you keep on going. And John, you have a message for them with regards to the volume. I mean, in terms of um, the binding and all that. So you need.
Yes, I'm coming here to talk to you. It's important that everyone understands that due to the firebombing of the campus, that the books that you'll be getting have a pre-distribution binding on them. It's important everyone understands that. Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand.
Mhm.
But like we said, we want to make sure that everyone gets the materials and that they understand that this material is to be kept with between ourselves. It's not to be given away or even sold to the Jim Crow.
Mhm. Yep, understood.
Because this is our future here in terms of the GAGUT discovery of the Riemann hypothesis. When you get the books, you have to trust. You have to make sure that the books are protected and that you are protected as well. That they're not stolen by Jim Crow, or that you don't feel, oh, I can make some money, I can sell the book, because the book has something more than money, which is the blessing that God has given us.
A solution that nobody else has. You know, and that's why they firebombed. One of the main reasons they firebombed that facility. Is the only way they survive is by stealing people's things and try to, because the whole idea was to preempt your contact with it and preempt your ability to reach it, because they know when you put your hands on it, you're going to rise. And that's the dynamics of why that will be done. So we'll reach a convenient point. We can always show you a few things, but um, you know, I think what we could do is we could leave it like this and then move on to um, the dynamics of how we distribute books, and then how to bring in the next batch of uh, attendees for the briefing.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're coming back next time, you wouldn't people. You can come back, and in situation like, since you already have the book, it will be at a reduced rate. Or you can come back next time.
This time, work with us so we can get people like your friends, family members, joining, because all of them need to hear this God order news
Hey,
and see what you have
Professor,
seen tonight.
Yes.
Professor, it's Charles. Speaking about that, there's actually something there's actually an event I believe around New York coming on that I actually like to remind you, Professor, tell you about that might have to do with something like that with the distribution.
Could you speak up, sir? I can't hear what you're saying.
I said that there's going to be an event coming around the New York area. It's an empowerment, an economic empowerment event for Black people. That's actually coming around in New York. I think you guys are based in New York, right?
I can't.
I believe.
Okay. Would
Can
you prefer to do it on the phone?
Yeah. Can I call you?
Okay. Call on your phone.
Do you want me to call you right now?
Call on the. So he's going to give you have the telephone number.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Perhaps, because it's kind of at the games that have been played on the Google Hangout, so okay, you have 631-242-3069. Try that number and see. And also can okay. You have the number? I think you have the number.
Mr. Charles, do you have the number? Is that Charles? Mr. Charles, do you have a number? Hello? Yes, we're here.
Hey, Professor.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Like with language, like you got all these different languages out here. What's the best language to use? Like what's the number one language? What was the first language?
Uh, well, it's got to be African, of course. The African language was the first language. And so the Arabs are coming with their fraud and talk about God's language is Arabic and all that. Those are part of how they're really messing up our people. But the first language has to be for our people. We're older than any other race. Part of the reason we're the most intelligent because we have more experience and so on. So, um, and Gala is pretty much, although it has transformed over space and time very clearly, but it's definitely an African, Gala probably would be the thing because there's a lot of Gala language that is the name tag, but there's only one black language and thereby one human language, which is the African language. Because when you're talking about Jah is still kept in most of the original African dialects. You have one language and many dialects. That's the difference. And for example, the word patah has been, has a very, has been used in varied forms across Africa. Ghana has patah. Okay, but those are also Gala people. But it's slightly a different variation of the Patah in other parts of, the Lingala people, when they call Jah, they call him Jambe, which is like a qualification of Jah. The Yorubas call Ojomare, Jamare. It's Jah. So, and then the non-blacks, actually, like the Europeans, they call Jard. Instead of calling it God, Jah, they call Jard or God. So, but it's all original language. There's only one original language, is the African language. That's what GAGUT decodes, but we're older than any other race. And the Yale study kind of supports that because everybody started being African, and then the branching out is the basis of how the rest became, less intelligent by being what was described as them being isolated in the Cold War and all that. So, so the fourth language has to be African language, kind of close to the Gala. Gala is older than many regions. And of course, Lingala is also Gala. So, like I said, there are a lot of common vocabularies. Either they're elongated or shortened, or another thing, you know. So you say that going through Lingala because of their music, you can see, how you can see a lot of Gala, the other versions of Gala spoken in Lingala, very clear. And even Hausa and Swahili that has Arabic components or influence. They still have the core, Moja, and all these are all Gala words. Those are supposed to be Swahili, Kiswahili. So it's Africa, original African language is where everybody started in terms of language. You understand?
Yeah. How would I know if I was Gala? Am I Gala?
Well, you see, your spirit kind of is the basis of making that determination. Because, first of all, see, when I uh, when I began investigating it, I knew it had to be associated with the arrival of of the Jim Crow, the Europeans or the non-blacks on our shores. So I deduced gargotically it has to be associated with our retreating from their uh, arrival. But since we found out we didn't have a lot of things in common because they had no brains, it was like we tried to help them, but they are too greedy, so we have to step away from them a little bit. And I knew the word gala is associated with that. So it wasn't until recently that, where that was confirmed. And I knew where I was born was called Galaland. And when I see in Wikipedia, Ethiopia was also called Galaland, it verifies that my great-great-grandfather, of Gala, that's his name, of Gala. And so, which is how our people got properly defined as the Gala people in West Africa or Nigeria. But therefore, shows a trail of how we connect with Ethiopia. So those are so that's how GAGUT decodes the truth about everything. You take a geometry of it and try to fit it in, and eventually it has to come out. So are you Gala? Yes, like I said, everybody was Gala because the name we call the difference, the degree of Gala, has to do with your level of consciousness. Because a Gala, a stronger Gala would say he's totally invincible. That's a strong Gala. That's with a lot of understanding of self and pride in it. Like James Brown, we call it Gala. So you have consciousness, you're Gala, pretty much, because that's what happened in South Carolina. The people refuse to give up, like, see, the Kunta Kunta episode was...
I know I'm a Gala. I know I am.
No, you are. I mean...
I'm exactly like that.
Absolutely. See, because the Kunta Kunta was being dissuaded from keeping his name, even though it is acted out. The Gala refused to give up their name. That's what you see. It's been here since we arrived here. They still call Galas and the Gitches. That's profound. And of course the rules are similar. And over there they use the Gala language, the Jah. They use the Jah for God there over Jamaica. And if you go to Suriname and Guyana, there are more authentic Galas in the mountains because in order to keep their Gala spirit, they have to be so far away from Jim Crow. They didn't want to have to do anything with Jim Crow. So they were living a life way, way, way out of reach for the Jim Crow. That's a Gala spirit. So we have a lot of them. Somebody went make contact with them many years ago and brought in some very profound findings with regards to our people there. The skills in agriculture and other kinds of things were very much intact. They couldn't develop too much of them because they're afraid Jim Crow might be on their shores. They're interrupting them and so on. So that's another place that we need to dig into to find the connectivity. So yes, consciousness is evidence of Gala, that's for sure. But we don't recognize Arabs, and they didn't accept Arab or Islam either. I'm sorry, Arabic Christianity, they didn't accept any of that either. So the softer galas like uh, uh, um, Amory or Amora, Arama. I forgot how they're called. You know, so it's much smaller population. Those are the ones that really dealt with the Arabs and foreigners, and they're not considered a serious consciousness kind of black people. So pretty much the Gala is defined by the level of consciousness, high level of consciousness and love of self.
Professor, Professor, have you heard of the Jahari people on the Andaman Island? They have like jet black skin, and they haven't let no white people come in and conquer them. They're like the only blacks ever that have not been conquered, and they're right by India and the Andaman Islands, the Jahari
Yes,
tribe.
yes, I've heard about them. I've seen a little piece of them, but again, that's the Gala spirit. The point is because when you bring India into it, because you haven't talked to those people to find out what actually they call themselves. So you're getting a third hand story from Indian. So they put all this vocabulary in there. By the time you shift into that process, you probably, bless you probably find out they are um, they call themselves Gala or Hapsis. And but the Galas in Nigeria don't did not nobody conquered them either. So that's not correct. You understand? Did you know? See, did you know that story? Nigeria. That's the whole idea.
No.
Okay, what happens is Lugard, the guy called Lugard, they call him Lord Lugard. He came in and he tried to fool around with our people, and they kicked his behind. Now, what they had to do was to go and compromise the brothers and sisters in the south there, those that are closer to the shores, like the Igbos and Yorubas, and the Benin. And so when they came in, they had to negotiate with the Gala people. They did not have, they couldn't touch the Gala people. Galas are not ones to mess with. They couldn't do a damn thing with Gala people, my people. That's public record. So, as a matter of fact, it's after they compromised, the ones closer to the Arabs in the north, in the northern part there, in the higher north or far north, and those who were near the shores, they had what it was called the Southern Protectorate and the so-called Northern Protectorate. And the Gala, my people were in the middle belt. That was a strategic point they chose in order to make sure the external influences was minimized. And that was used to our advantage in the process. So by the time the foreigners arrive in that area, it's a very strategic location in terms of the confluence of Benue and Niger rivers. It was rough for attacker foreigners to come in. So by the time they arrive in those areas, they're too tired to really do anything that is substantial. That's part of. So as a result, the area was so-called, not developed. And it's not like they were really developing anything, but they made sure there were no roads, there were no anything that's supposed to be responsible for our being invincible. So we were really invincible. There's no history of anybody actually capturing the Gala Empire. There's no such history. As a matter of fact, the Queen Amina, who had been converted into by the Arabs, he tried to come to Iran, and she ran into difficulty before she could arrive in Iran. It was stories that she actually ended transforming on because of crashing on the way of the horse and the woman with her army. Nobody could do anything. In fact, Ambassador wrote a poem, one of the brothers who have been trying to work with. He had wrote a poem how Ida means the end, which is actually the actual translation of Ida. That's the capital of the Gala Empire. That's where I was born. So Idaho without an O. And he was going through the history where he was proving that Ida actually translated. Ida means that's the end or the end. So Ida means it all ends. Everything ends in Ida. And he was even actually alluding to how a lot of things ended up at Ida. You know, so the Europeans, the aggression ends at Ida. You know, both from the north and from the south. So, you know, that's, and we strategically located. Ida is located on a cliff, from where you have a great advantage of seeing the onslaught of the enemy, especially from the south and southwest. So that helps. And but there's no history. As a matter of fact, my great uncle Atame had actually engaged when the English tried to come on the bank of road to either to attack. Okay, between the 18, you know, around the emancipation time, 1850s, 80s, late 1850s, early 60s, and so on. It was understood that when the British forces came into Ida, and they were talking about the nonsense about Berlin Conference, Atame told them to get lost, otherwise he would kick their behinds. And when they tried to ignore that, a war broke up, and they actually shelled Ida. If there was any time they could have so-called conquered the people in the Iga Kingdom, that was the only place they could have done it. But their behinds were kicked very seriously. And they were taken prisoners and were taken to a plantation that was about 20 miles east of Ida. That's Achokpa. That's a history. That history of that was done by my family. My great uncle was the Pata there, the Ata. That's Ata Amaga. That's Amen Ra. That's Amen. That's Amen. With again a trace from Egypt. My uncle's name was Amen or Amen Ra. Did you know that? And my other relative, my great grandfather's name was Gala. That's a Gala.
That's amazing.
Name was oh yeah, his name was Gala. John Glover heard an independent story of Gala, my great grandfather.
Yes.
Yesterday. You know, because my actual grandfather, Omajali, was the son of Okenyi, who was the son of Ogala. Sorry, of Abuya. Sorry, Abuya. Then Abuya was the son of Ogala. That's the Gala. That's what connects us with the Kemet and the Pharaoh and the Kemet and the Ethiopia. And what happens was, you know, Shabaka. Pharaoh Shabaka was actually born was a Gala person because he was born in the Gala land in Ethiopia. Those are my relatives. And as a Pata, when they bury you exactly like the Pharaoh. So that is a connectivity. Did you know that? Sai?
That's amazing. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, no. My Ata, I know although I'm not allowed to go to see his tomb, you know, by that, but they keep the exactly what was happening in Egypt is how it is done in Iran up until today.
So it never stopped. It's a continuity.
Yeah, well, yes, and there are many stories like that. For example, Atama, as a matter of fact, he had promised the British he was going to kick them behind. So in other words, Atama and Akwagaru, there was a general, which John Glover knows the story. General Akwagaru actually operated a plantation. So the Europeans that were captured from their attempt at attacking the kingdom were put on a plantation 20 miles east of Ida in a place called Kefi or Achokpa. I know the place. I know my father, we still have relatives there. And it's one of the most fertile lands in the world. Okay? So these intruders and fraudulent people were captured and put on the plantation there, and they made to work, the plantation, although they were very weak. It was Akwagaru's way of telling them they are nonsense in terms of what's been done to black people elsewhere. It was a dynamic of making them see how it feels, even though we knew our people were acting everywhere because nobody could enslave black people.
It's almost like how Idi Amin, he used to have them bow down and all that type of stuff.
It's a gala. It's a gala god. He knows. I mean, that's a great brother, absolute great brother. Praise God. It's dynamite. It's definitely a gala. That's a gala spirit. Okay, certainly Patrice Lumumba. And Michelle, Samora Michelle, and Maurice Bishop. Rodney kicked their behinds, but in the West Indies, and that's why they assassinated him. They actually bombed him, in a car. And supposedly it was a black man that did that. No, that black man was under orders, because what did he do to the black man? He complained about the underdevelopment of Africa by Europeans. That's the book he wrote. And that was the truth. And so they always give, that's like a Kwame Enoch. Because they talk about Burnham. Burnham was supposedly responsible. That's Islam Farrakhan. He's supposed to be responsible for the killing of Rodney. That's not real. What did Rodney do to him? Rodney was not that political ambitious. What he was doing was more than the president of any country. He was kicking their behind. He was a professor. You understand? So then, of course, you have people like Malcolm. Those are Gala people. Malcolm, Professor James Brown. Those are Gala. The spirit is how you determine who is who. So your consciousness is definitely a sign of Gala. And because that's the whole vocabulary. Gala is supposed to be very, very stubbornly proud to be black. So that's the spirit of Gala. And you're extremely conscious, and that's why they understand that the vocabulary means we are invincible. We can't be defeated. So,
Professor, the Ma civilization, I never ever heard, even from like Dr. Ben or all of these people, I never heard about the Ma, these mathematical people.
Yeah. What happens is that the focus. There's a lot of things that happen during the Kemetic time that most people get absorbed in that, and so cannot go beyond it, because the Ma was very powerful and very mathematical, very logical, and Kemet was building on that. But during the Ma, there were no outside intruders. It was more technically black. The Kemetic times is when the infiltration of the enemies began to happen. So, so that's why people like Professor Ben Yokanen and Professor Henry Clark, they were so busy trying to, because there's so much information in the Kemetic days, but Mars civilization, is actually very precise in their um, in their language and the term, the sophisticated civilization, very high on geometry and stuff like that. And most of the things that eventually evolved in the Kemetic days are like you were talking about the age of the pyramid. That would actually indicate the Mars civilization. A good part of the pyramids was probably done during that period. Because as soon as the foreigners began to come in, like somebody would say, they began to lower the IQ, overall IQ. So less were really done. So a lot of what was happening was when there were more authentic black people, in the population, it would seem that way. But they were a real civilization, very powerful civilization. So anybody is there with you, Sai?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one, two, three other people.
Okay. Well, let's, I think, now probably phase this out so we can move on to the next phase, which is mobilize our people. Because you can also set up study groups. That will also help the process of getting more books. Study groups. Either as one group we could get more books because we like every household to have a copy of it. It's the only way you can keep control of the Riemann hypothesis. That's why I've been going over it. Jim Crow, they only specialize in stealing, and you should never allow them to steal this. They play dumb in order to steal it. So you have to take control of it. But that requires the mobilization of the people. So let's see how much of that you can all try, and then you'll get back with us, and see what, what kind of reinforcement are needed. You could get hold of Brother Glover to help you engage them, register them, let them come in, and the end of June, actually attend their own briefing. For those of you who want to have a second chance, when you didn't need a book, it will be highly reduced during that period. So let's see how we plan the next moves now that you have the basics, in terms of the life saving and how that connects with the Riemann hypothesis. In terms of Riemann hypothesis, the verification that we could pursue eternity, portray, realizing eternity of life. Let's get started. I'm hoping that everybody is excited so we can move into that phase. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Hey, John, I'm gonna call back. I'm gonna call up.
Huh? Yes, praise God is right. Praise God. What did you say, Si?
I'm gonna call John right now.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we can phase this out. John, you can come on. Any other comment or questions before we close this out?
Yes, one more question. Will this here?
Okay.
I don't know. Did you all tape this at all? Will this be available for to review later? The extent of how long the video was.
Could you repeat that? It was very hard to hear what you said.
Was any part of this or recorded or taped where we can re-review this or re-go over this information?
Well, yeah, we may have some recording here. You want us to share that with you? Who's speaking?
This is Zuri.
Oh, Zorin. Okay, yeah, sure. Um, can you call us tomorrow?
Yes, I'm definitely calling you tomorrow so I can get the book, because I'm gonna have to go to the bank in the morning, get that cleared up, and I'll
You
be
have an
calling
idea?
tomorrow.
You have an idea? You have an idea when? Okay, you have an idea when you might be able to call?
Yes, I would say about between 1 and 2, because I have a class in the morning, I believe at 9 to
Okay.
11:30, and so I'd say within an hour after that, about between 12, about one by 1 o'clock, between 12:30 and 1.
All right.
Praise God for that, sir.
Praise God. Now, do you think you're going to have a chance of sharing some of the things that you picked up and learned today with some of your people, and see if you could even have some of them join you
in for the next briefing?
Next briefing, or come to the next briefing, or even consider buying the books, because like I said,
the books are essential. Everyone needs to get them to make sure Jim Crow cannot steal the legacy of the black people. And when you get the GAGUT books, you must keep them. They're your legacy, your history, and your future.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. I plan on having a whole group with me next time that we have this here, because I'll be passing this information out. Now, we will be starting a group by tomorrow also. I have a couple of forums that I can start a group at and start a meeting so I can explain it more. Also, some of the videos you have on YouTube, I'll play them so they can comprehend it more. That's why I wanted to know if we could get possibly a copy of some of this taped information.
Okay. So you're going to give us some kind of information, an update, when you call tomorrow then?
Yes, I will.
Okay, sounds good. Anybody else have any comment or questions before we close out? And you can all call us tomorrow if you prefer also. People who don't remember their questions now, you can call us anytime from now on, now that you've attended the class. And you need more classes, of course. We just gave you a statement today. It's going to take you a while, a lot of classes, before you can understand the geometry of what we presented today. But equally important is how you begin to structure yourself for this eternal life. That is really the major focus, and we're here to walk with you every inch of the way. Do you understand?
Yes.
So we can call you anytime we want when we get the book?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This class.
What was the question?
Could you repeat the question, sir? Who was that that just asked that question?
It was Charles. So the question was that when the book gets shipped to us, and then we read it and want to try to understand it, we can still call you whenever we want, even with the book.
Oh, once you got your books delivered?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely. No. Okay. You've now become a student of our university.
Oh, okay.
And we would like to keep you trained,
no problem,
especially to be on the right track of proceeding with in the eternity of life. That is the primary focus right now, in light of what is going on with Jim Crow. We have to turn them around. By first making sure that our lives are protected. And there are a lot of measures, but you have to organize yourself. There are a lot of measures that need to be taken, including pursuing the plan to establish monuments of the formula. Have you seen the monument of the E equal to MC squared in Berlin?
Yeah, Albert, yeah.
Okay. You need your own formula. If that was in Miami, Zimmerman would not dare do what he did.
Or if it was in Texas, Sandra Blunt would still be live.
Okay, so these are the action items. And what we try to do today is to get you started. But you need the books. And Brother Sihern will tell you how much he has been able to do with the copies of the GAGUT books. Okay? Oh, yeah. Right, Brother Sai?
Oh, yeah, they keep me safe.
That's the
Praise
way.
God for
That's
that.
what we're talking about. That's what we mean by life saving. The life saving dynamic. Okay. And you're gonna need to learn more on Riemann hypothesis. You have to, because I showed you that history. The U bar 3. That's your history.
The gas.
The gas
GAGUT
is
African series.
yes. As a matter of fact, come back with your. If you bring, what happens is bring another group, and you can work with Brother Glover so that you can come back with them again and have another session. They will bring other ones. You understand? How is that for a deal? Does that sound good?
Enough for me, sir.
Okay, yeah, Sai, you as well. Okay, bring, because each one teach many, because we have many symbolism there that are very elegantly godly. It's all for you, as you can see. You can see the clock time they're coming into Riemann hypothesis. That's clearly evidence. It's God's time now, having appointed the black people as the leaders of the world. So we can't ignore that call from God, right?
No, we cannot.
So we were ordained by God to walk you through that process, prepare you, give you all the energies and the understanding you need. That's what we started today. Can you all see that?
Yes.
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 Okay. So why don't we leave it like this? You all get back to us tomorrow. Okay? I will see, what you have worked out in terms of how many people you have been able to share your experience today with, and what would they like to do? Would they like to feel a similar experience? And in the process you will get your book, because we plan on distributing the books. Our concern, as Brother Asai knows, he has paid for his book for the longest time and he hasn't gotten the delivery, because we want a critical number so that the book is very strategic. Anything that Jim Crow will bomb us for, that must be a very critical document.
Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so we want there's a large number of you.
They firebombed and they shot at you.
Absolutely, very much so. So by the power of the Almighty God, they have been failing in that process. That's how precious what God has given to us is, and what you got, the flavor that you got today, you can see why they would do stuff like that with us, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, and we're doing this for your sake, because if all we want money, that's why when we tell you, hey, it's a done deal, it's a God order. This is not, yes, there's no room for anyone to say they don't have any money. We prove to you that you are the most intelligent. And if you are the most intelligent, since God is the richest entity in the universe, God owns everything. God doesn't use Jim Crow dollar. So you don't have to have Jim Crow dollar to be rich. So intelligence, therefore, is what God has. Therefore, intelligence has to be the ultimate currency. And that's what God has given to us as a people. So you begin that process by understanding how mind is infinity. Once you've understood mind to be infinity, then because you share my genes, you as a group have become ordained by God as the wealthiest, rich race. So all their attempts to the contrary, in terms of trying to convince you are poor, is dead. And the proof of that is, for example, you organize yourself, you get 16 people together, you pay just a little over $100, you get a book, a GAGUT Discovery book, which we supply you. In some cases, we could even give discount. Okay? The GAGUT Discovery book, you pay 16 at $100 each, will get you the $1,600. So just because one person cannot afford it does not mean you could even get, 30 people together. You own a library. Okay, the book can only be used by one person, or two people can even read it together. The book calls for cooperation anyway. Okay, you study it together. And unity. That's why it's called grand unified theory. God Almighty is grand unified theory. It's supposed to bring God into us. That's why, we have no time to actually talk about killing people. No, like I told you, to the contrary, we like Jim Crow to watch us rule the world. You all understand that?
Yes.
Yep. Very well.
Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Very well.
That is the real power. Because, and that's why I gave you a little piece, and you remember all I was telling you about Tulsa. You can understand it, can't you?
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. So that's what we're talking about. Right?
Hmm?
Yep. Undefeated.
We are invincible.
Invincible.
And so, but we don't see the ultimate war is the one God used me on your behalf to fight. Because the ultimate war is the one that God used me to fight in terms of, because every war is to decide who is more intelligent. So the ultimate war is to determine who is the most intelligent. That's the ultimate war that everybody has been preparing for. And they were thinking that it will take the destruction of half of the world, the people of the world, before that could be decided. But God used me on your behalf. Although I have your spiritual cooperation, which you now need to express by getting hold of the books and learning and assimilating that spirit.
And getting others to join in so they can also get the same spirit.
Teach one, teach many. That means all of our people must be brought in. We're not going to rest. And in the process, Zimmerman will learn a lot of it. He will know how stupid he is. See, you got to wear your African shirt. Now, people need to also order that. John is ready to take order today or tomorrow, whenever you are ready. Okay. Every one of you must have the books. You must, if you could distribute the book, you sell it, I will give you your commission. You understand? That's the whole dynamic.
So let me ask you a question about that selling part. So you mean like as an affiliate, pretty much, like an affiliate marketer?
That's correct.
Okay.
You ready to do that?
As of right now, not yet, but I want to keep that in mind.
Yes, because we want to pull you out of the plantation anyway.
No problem. I'm gonna see what I can pull together with that. Right now, absolutely. I know for a fact I'm gonna be able to, but I can. I've done some kind of marketing before, but I want to really think about how I'm gonna do it for this one.
Yes, the GAGUT, we're the richest because we have the most intelligence. There's nothing we can't do here. With GAGUT, there's no reason for any of you to be on the plantation anymore. Absolutely not, because you can't be taking orders from 19 IQ people. Absolutely not. You have 28. You should be employing the non-blacks, not the other. That's why clay has to be demolished completely. Not in the physical or violence, but with intelligence. In terms of making sure they have nothing to do with the G2J. That you're going to set about and raise the money, to properly recognize it and, have many monuments for GAGUT everywhere, and that the books are distributed, and we're gonna reach a stage where we're gonna organize people to visit the so-called black colleges campus, which is a Jim Crow design to preempt real black schools. So they're going to receive an ultimatum that says either they teach GAGUT and be real schools, or they have to detach black from the name, because that is an insult of black people. Black people cannot be connected with mediocrity, as you saw today, right?
Right, definitely.
That I gave you the assignment. The end number that if you could find any professor in Harvard that can answer that question, let me hear it. and you're afraid to write
There
them
isn't
letters.
any.
There can't be any. That means only black. You have a better chance of solving that problem than any of the Jim Crow types. So they can't teach you anything. That's the biggest proof that therefore you can't wait for such people to do anything for you, especially in the hospital. They only have hospices for you. That's why you must stick with
Your own.
that is the gargotical medicine. I will give you the essentials of the gargotical medicine today. So we want to see how you begin the process. And like we said, you can call here anytime.
631-242-3069.
And you get a lot of consulting. And you tell us, because you need to get on the gargotical medicine, you need to get on the gargotical diet, 70% of which must be distilled water. You need to give up on the mineral water, because that's an insult on
alkaline, mineral,
yes.
Spring, all those filtered, tap,
Yes.
all those are poisons.
Yes, don't go near those. That's not good for you. Stay with the distilled water. We have to go into the production of distilled water. And we heard what you all said in terms of Brother Glover's machine.
Yes.
For the distiller machine. We're going to work on getting, but we want to turn it into some serious business. For example, Brother Smith comes from Michigan area. And although he's not in Flint specifically, with this machine, we could produce distilled water to supply to the whole town of Flint, Michigan, and the entire Michigan, every other state, to the black people there. That is very serious business. Brother Steinhern was beginning to see how he could get his supply of distilled water from us. So all we need is the numbers in terms of the orders that are coming, and then we compute the size of the machine and we start production. The whole plan is in place already. In that way, we will employ our people.
Mm-hmm.
And we now must get, you have to, the black people who are supposed to be professors in non-black schools, there are some of them, just very few of them that are conscious. You run into them, tell them what you saw today.
I sent you an email about that actually.
You understand? Because they don't know as much as you now know about Riemann, and yet they're professors of mathematics in so-called black colleges or even so-called Ivy League schools. They don't know because nobody knows the solution of Riemann hypothesis except black people, except us here at the ground zero. We're the only one with the solution to Riemann hypothesis.
Yeah.
Right? You saw it yourself today, right?
Praise God.
Yeah.
Did you see? God. Praise God is right. And what happens is, so Jim Crow says, "Acquire and not solve the problem." You ask them to show you, right?
Yeah.
Prove it. Prove it.
You understand? That's what we're preparing you for. That's what we call real empowerment. You understand?
I want to see the zeta functions.
Praise God.
So that's why we say bring your next batch and you can come along with them so you can report what you learned today.
Mm-hmm.
But by then you will have the books in your hands. You need the two books, the journal and the book. You want to distribute this to every black home. So, and it's done by each one teach many, and you tell them how they could do it individually and collectively through the each one teach many using the God currency. Okay, so all the person can need to get started is $1. With $1 you could get a lot more people involved. With $1, there's a lot of things you can do. That's the technique that humanity uses, and it works all the time because very few people can do many things on their own individually. It's always by contribution, coming together, which is the dynamics of God Almighty's grand unification. To bring unity out of unity you develop love for each other, and you're able to do a lot of powerful. That's what we're talking about. So I'd like you to share with us as you go to sleep and dream about this thing, and by the grace of Almighty God, God can give you some more inspirations and see how you're going to reach out to other brothers and sisters. And it can be done. Tyron has been working with us and making a lot of progress. And we have a lot of projects that are coming on. Do you understand?
I love it.
Everyone understand?
Yes.
Love it.
Okay. All right. So, give us a call tomorrow. And Ty, you're going to be calling us on the phone and all that.
No problem.
So, Brother Glover can. Okay. Any other questions?
About it.
Loved it.
Okay. All right. So can we then close out now, John? You can close out this session.
All right. Thank you, and God bless you all for participating in this GAGUT briefing, and that we may get back